Here we go on a Monday. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. What's going on, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Hopefully you're enjoying your Monday afternoon. Busy show today. Home Run Derby tonight. Mike McGarry from the press in about 40 minutes from now. Also, Bob Wankel on the Phillies at the halfway point at 4:40. Bosch has football at 4. Jeff Kerr tonight on the NFL. Do you remember? We got a busy show for you. And, of course, Phillies 2 out of 3 against the Boston Red Sox. One of the games with a bullpen game. What's going on here? Are we supposed to start to believe in the Fightins? We'll dive into that coming up today on the Sports Bash. Plus, we've been continuing to look at ESPN. You know, they surveyed 50 scouts, players, executives, and ranked all the positions in the NFL. Today, they did the quarterbacks. We'll talk about that tonight. Also, what else we got today? Oh, over the weekend, the scouts, executives, et cetera, they ranked the interior linemen and the offensive tackles. So we'll take a look at that coming up in the 3 o'clock hour today as well. I guess I want to start with where we are with this Phillies team. After, look, they took 2 out of 3 after a ugly Friday night with Vince Velasquez on the mound. Velasquez was awful yet again. That needs to be discussed. 2 innings pitched. He got, 7 outs in the game, gave up 6 hits, 8 runs, gave up 3 homers, and fell to 3-4. And it looked like, wow, this is going to be a long series against the Red Sox. They lose 11-5. They need a position player, Ronald Torreyes, who all these position players have actually pitched pretty well. Torreyes threw an inning. He only threw 5 pitches and got out of it without giving up anything. Maybe the Phillies bullpen should be Torreyes, Maton, and Knapp. But, you know, Velasquez was terrible. De Los Santos came in. Kinsler came in. Those guys didn't do much. Then Brogdon, Alvarado. Alvarado walked 2 guys again Friday night. But then they picked up the pieces and got off the mat on Saturday and just absolutely lambasted the Boston Red Sox. And you go back to that game. They win that game 11-2. And in that game, you know, offensively, again, Segura opens up the game with a homer. Boston had this long home winning streak going on, but Segura 3 for 5. Real Muto 2 for 5. Harper 2 for 5. When you get that production at the top of the order, Phillies are going to be tough. Bohm 2 for 3. He got another hit a home run for the first time off a pitcher. He hit one a couple days ago off of a position player, but Bohm's starting to show a little bit of pop recently. Like to see that. Torreyes was 3 for 5, but I thought most importantly in the game, the bullpen. Neris came in, took care of business for Moore. Bailey Falter, the guy that I talked about a week ago, pitched 2 innings, got 3 strikeouts. J.D. Hammer got called up, pitched well in relief, and then Brogdon shut the door. So they win that game 11-2, and how many times have we seen it where they've had big leads? And they scored 8 in the 8th. That was a close game. You know, it's 3-2 Phillies in the 8th, and then they score 8 runs in the inning, and that kind of opens it up. But the bullpen kept them in that game. Give them credit there. And then yesterday, you got the message if you were following, if you have the free mobile app, we sent out the alert that said Aaron Nola was put on the COVID list. He wasn't going to pitch. Alec Bohm put on the COVID list. He wasn't going to play. They were down a couple arms. I think Bailey Falter and who was the other? Brogdon, I think, that went on the COVID list. So you're like, all right, now you got to pitch a bullpen game against the Boston Red Sox. How's that going to go? Well, not so bad. Kinsler pitched 1 inning. Didn't do well. Gave up a homer. They brought Sanchez in, and give Sanchez some credit. He kind of kept him in the game 3 innings. Neris did his job. Alvarado did not pitch well again, but then Archie Bradley and Ranger Suarez, man, how about the effort that Ranger Suarez gave you yesterday, going 2 1/3 to get a save. Now, you know that you're at the All-Star break, so you're saying to Suarez, you're my guy, right? But I think the Phillies now have to consider, is Suarez their closer? And if you're watching the broadcast yesterday, man, McCarthy was really trying to sell Suarez for you, wasn't he? Oh, what a spot. What, control. They were really trying to pump Suarez's 96. I mean, who was doing the game with him yesterday? Amaro, right? I don't know. People don't like Amaro. I actually like Amaro. I thought Amaro was kind of cool to hear this weekend. How about on Friday night? Was it Friday night? One of the nights he was talking about all the different trade scenarios when they were talking about trades with the Red Sox a couple of years ago and all the different players that kept coming up. And then yesterday he talked about how they ended up with Cliff Lee. I like that little insight there when he was talking about the trades and, making calls this time of the year. But look, the Phillies got the 2 innings from Suarez. Now, he walked 2 batters. I don't like the 2 walks, but he had 4 strikeouts in 2 innings, and they have to now consider him as their closer, at least until they get somebody or if they get somebody for the second half of the year. But I also, you take a look at yesterday, Torreyes 3 for 4, 3 RBI. Where would they be without Torreyes, for God's sakes? He played third base yesterday because Bohm was out, and he ends up basically driving 3 of the 5 runs in. Hoskins drove in a run. Miller, who got tossed from the game, I think, was that yesterday that he got tossed from the game? I think so. So the Phils, now, if you remember, when they were entering the Red Sox, the Cubs series, I had said if the Phillies can win, sweep the Cubs and win 1 out of 3 against the Red Sox. Now, instead, they went 3 out of 4 against the Cubs, and they went 2 out of 3 against the Red Sox. I said, can they go 4-2 over their last 6 games and get themselves to 44-44 at the halfway point of the season? And here they are, 44-44, 3.5 games back of the Mets, who are 47-40. And this is an interesting little tidbit here. We're going to talk to Bob Wankel tonight at 4:40. Hembo from the Greenie Show, who tweeted something very interesting now in regards to the Philadelphia Phillies. By opponent record, the Phillies have played the most difficult schedule in Major League Baseball amongst teams 500 or better. They own baseball's easiest schedule after the All-Star break by a long shot. Is that enough to get you excited? Is that enough to get Dave Dombrowski excited? That's the question. Is the fact that the Phillies made it to the halfway point with the easiest record the second half of the year at 500, is that enough for the Phillies to say, yep, let's go for this? They haven't made the playoffs in 10 years. 10 years we're talking about. This team has not been to the playoffs. Do they have to do everything in their power to try to get somebody in here to help this team out? I think they do, and I think they will. At this point, do we think the Phillies are going to make the playoffs? Well, they have the easiest record in baseball, the schedule the rest of the way, and can they get help? Well, they already got some help. I think Ranger Suarez, I'm not saying he's a closer. He probably shouldn't be your closer. But I think he's a guy that the Phillies feel like, okay, we can rely on. Now, getting Neris out of the closer role and pushing him down, can you do something with that? I think Archie Bradley is showing that he is a big league pitcher. I think he's been much better over the last 2 weeks. He looks healthier, so keep that in mind. All of a sudden, do we start to feel better, right? Do we start to feel better about this team? Man, it's so hard for me to say I'm getting on board. Put it this way. I am not going to put my arms around this team and hug them. Not yet, anyway. I might give them a handshake, maybe a handshake with the pull in, where you give them a little pat on the back. But I don't think I'm ready to hug this team just yet. I don't know. And by the way, it was just announced that Max Scherzer will start on the mound for the National League All-Star team, not Zach Wheeler, which I think is kind of weak sauce, don't you? You okay with that? Scherzer having a better year than Wheeler? No way. Let's see here. Let me do this quick comparison here. I just saw that news come down about 5 minutes ago because I thought for sure you would get JT Realmuto catching and Zach Wheeler pitching. So what do we got for Scherzer? We got 98 innings, 266. Let me do a side-by-side here with Zach Wheeler. I think it would have been cool to see Wheeler start the All-Star game. That would have made me a little bit more interested. Scherzer doesn't do much for me. He's an old guy. Like, I've seen that act before. Give Wheeler the opportunity to do it, right? Plus, he's got his battery mate. That's why you do it. I mean, that's a failed opportunity. You have the battery mate there. I'm pretty sure Realmuto's going to start. They don't have another catcher on the roster. Who? Did they just name him, though? Yeah. Right. No, Realmuto was the only catcher that made the team. Originally, right. They only had two. They replaced Buster Posey with Molina. You know, I meant was the only other catcher that made the team originally. Yeah. So Scherzer 7-4, Wheeler 6-5, 266 Scherzer, 226 Wheeler, 145 Ks Wheeler, 134 Scherzer, 088 WHIP versus 097 for Wheeler. So yeah, they're about the same guy. You give the honor to Wheeler. He's obviously having a better, and he's got this catcher catching. That would have been cool. For a Phillies team that doesn't have a whole heck of a lot. And by the way, it looks like Shohei Ohtani will be the starting pitcher for the American League team. So that's a good move by baseball, getting that right. So it looks like it's going to be Scherzer versus Ohtani. And I guess here's the problem. Scherzer has a name, Wheeler does not. Around baseball, Scherzer is a bigger name than Wheeler. You have Wheeler starting in the game. It doesn't sound as big, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Also, some other quick breaking news. Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff passed away just a couple moments ago.
I saw Alex Gibbs passed away today, too, the former longtime offensive line coach.
Yeah, well, I think more people out there know Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
Maybe not.
I would bet that.
Would you like to make a poll?
Yes, I would bet.
I'll make a poll on 97.3 ESPN.
I would bet that 80-20 our audience knows Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff more than they know offensive line coach Alex Gibbs.
By the way, I was going to ask you, how do you feel about all these guys who've been opting out of the All-Star game this year? I mean, there's a handful of guys who could have been there.
Weak sauce.
And they're just like, oh, I don't feel like going this year.
Yeah, I mean, the Major League Baseball All-Star game is the most fan-friendly one of them all. They have the Derby. They have the game where you only play a couple innings. You're voted in by the fans. Like, you can't go tip your cap. I mean, come on. I mean, all that stuff. You got to show up. I mean, who's not going? DeGrom's not going. I know that.
Well, also you have Posey theoretically could have gone, but his whole thing was, well, I want to recover. I need the time off. A couple other guys. Here's the
problem. If they don't pitch in the game, is that hamstringing your team?
It's a good question.
Like if you have DeGrom and he shows up and says, but I can't pitch.
Well, at least you showed up.
Right, but I'm saying, like, does that
to the fan?
Right, but does that hamstring the coach? Does he have to pitch somebody extra innings or more innings?
You could add another pitcher to the team and the guy still show up in Colorado.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there.
DeGrom and Posey and these other guys don't have to be like, I'm not even going.
I agree with that. Like, they should show up, but say that I'm not going to participate.
Right, that's fine.
Just be there.
Just be there.
Yeah.
This is a celebration of baseball.
You into the Derby tonight, dude?
Of course I am.
You're all into the Derby. Now, let me give you a couple of numbers on this Derby tonight. Okay.
You have some odds for me?
I do have some odds for you.
Fancy.
I was going to save this for a little bit later, but maybe I'll just do it right now while I'm feeling young and spry.
Young and spry. You have a good weekend, by the way?
Yeah. I mean, what did I do this weekend?
Yeah, you came out with some energy today.
Friday, what did I do? Nothing.
Nothing wrong with that.
Saturday, I had a ball game. On Saturday.
You guys won.
We did win.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Which means we've now advanced to the regionals, and that will be not next week, not this week, next week. Mm-hmm. So I'll be missing a few days next week to go to Altoona, PA, for the Mid-Atlantic Regional Tournament. But
You
Saturday
eat tuna
night.
in Altoona, PA.
Yeah, no tuna out there. I'm not eating any tuna that's coming from Altoona, PA. Thanks. But because we won Saturday, means I didn't have to play on Sunday, which means I went to a buddy of mine's house. He had the fight.
Okay.
And I went and watched the McGregor fight on Saturday night.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I was out, as I usually am.
Yeah, I know that you ran into an NFLer.
I did. Well, a local guy, Abdullah Anderson from Absegami. I got a little excited. His story is one of my favorite stories from South Jersey. Like, it's like you could make a Disney movie out of this thing. I mean, how many kids get a scholarship to go to Bucknell, an Ivy League school, right?
Not Ivy League, but Patriot League.
Well, Patriot League, but that's a prestigious school.
Very good academics.
Yeah, so you got to have the good academics. He obviously got to play.
I have to be the fact checker because Billy Schweim would not have caught that you called Bucknell an Ivy Leaguer.
Yeah, well, I made a mistake.
Yeah, well, he would have given you credit. I can't do it.
Yeah, well, Billy Schweim doesn't know what I'm saying half the time anyway. I literally had to text him multiple times about something today. And he finally gave me the answer to one of my. I asked him 2 questions. He gives me the answer to one of the 2 questions, which I appreciated. But I said, "Hey, Billy, I'm following up this other question."
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My bad. Okay. Thanks, Billy.
Yeah.
Thanks for reading the full text.
Yeah.
But anyway, Abdullah Anderson.
He is a notorious for not reading everything, only picking out the parts that he likes
or that are pertinent to him.
Exactly, like whatever fits what he likes, he'll read those parts. The other parts he conveniently skips over.
So
like
anyway,
facts. Facts and Billy don't get along very well.
So Abdullah Anderson, he went to Absegami. He played football and basketball. He was a pretty good basketball player.
I remember calling
too.
some of his games.
So did I. That's what got me excited when I saw him. Like, dude, I used to call your games. Like,
Yep.
I remember one game against Atlantic City. I mean, he's boxing dudes out left and right. He had a double-double in the game. So he goes to Bucknell. He graduates with Bucknell. He's got an accounting degree. He's studying financing, right? Now he's in the NFL. He's going to be with the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. He played with the Bears last year. And the dude's just a down-to-earth human being. It's great to see a guy from this area.
Well, you're getting a lot of them,
success.
by the way. You had Chase Petty drafted last night, number 26 overall. And if you're watching the MLB Network, I mean, they might as well have given him and Joe Mack, the catcher who got drafted, they might as well give him their own sitcom.
A little reality show?
Yeah. Now, I tried to get Chase to come all in today. He is in Denver. They're a little bit behind us. And
that's 2 hours behind, right?
Yeah. The last I checked in with his father and his high school coach, he was still sleeping. He had a long night last night. I mean, the guy got drafted in the first round. And then this afternoon, just moments ago, Anthony Solamento from Bishop Eustis just went with the first pick of the second round, the left-handed pitcher. He actually pitched down here in the Coaches versus Cancer Classic on that first Friday night. Bishop Eustis, I think, played Ocean City, and he pitched that game. He's a lefty. He just got drafted by Pittsburgh. So you got 2 local guys. And by the way, Chase Petty's going to Minnesota, which already has some Cape Atlantic League kids on it. It's got Cody Stashak.
Yep.
It's got I think Mooney from Ocean City is also in that organization. But Stashak is on the big league roster.
Right. Yeah. Mooney's in single A, double A right now, I think.
I'm not sure if where he's and there's another guy out there. I think there's a third guy out there that's from a little bit more west of here.
Are you trying to tell me that the Twins are collecting kids from New Jersey? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, but you didn't watch the draft coverage last night, now did you?
I did not watch
When Petty got drafted.
Yeah. That was later.
Well, he was everywhere. They had him on before. They had him on during MLB Network, not ESPN. He was on the MLB Network more.
Right.
But him and this other guy, they must have played together somewhere, like in one of these showcases or whatever.
They knew each other.
They knew each other. I mean, the one guy's from New York somewhere, so obviously they had to play together somewhere. Well, those 2 guys, I mean, it was everywhere. They brought them back, the 2 of them. Well, Petty casually throws in there, the girl who's interviewing him says, "Hey, what are you looking forward to? Who are you looking forward to meeting?" He says, "Well, I'm going to dinner with Machado and Fernando Tatis Jr. tomorrow night." Right?
What is that all?
Well, apparently it's the same representation.
Okay.
So the other guy, she asked the same question to. He says, "Well, I can't top that." Right? So Petty ends up saying, "I'm bringing you with me. I'm going to bring you with me to the dinner."
Well, what a nice guy.
Right. So they're going out to dinner tonight. So between now and the end of the show, if we could try to catch up with Chase, we will do that. If not, maybe we'll do something tomorrow or later on the week. But obviously, it's the funny part is you're 18 years old, and these guys are interviewing you, and they're just telling you, and it's like he's just laughing. It's almost like this surreal thing of holy mackerel.
I really
Put it
feel
this
like
way.
that.
How old is he? He's 18. So 3 years ago, he was pitching for Atlantic Shore. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Now, people ask me, I did not coach Chase because when he was 13, he did not live in the area. He lived in Millville. So he did not play Atlantic Shore at that point. But he moved back here when he was 15 and played for our 15-year-old program that year.
Gotcha.
So 3 years ago, he's pitching in the Babe Ruth tournament, and now he's drafted in the first round by Minnesota. Pretty cool story.
That is very cool.
So I will get to those. I will get to those odds for the Derby for you on the other side, okay? Because I know you're interested.
I'm intrigued.
You're all into this Derby tonight. You and Dave Weinberg.
I love the home run derby, man. Especially when you have star power there.
They do have good star power, definitely. And by the way, Ohtani, as we said, will start the game on the mound. He is also going to be in the home run derby.
I think it's a very smart move to start him in the game. Because that way you get the pitching situation done and over with, so then he can DH for as long as you want him to.
He is one of 7 first-time participants in the derby. You know, he won the Japanese League home run derby a couple of years ago.
Yes, and he's already broken Hideki Matsuyaka's record. Matsui.
Good job.
Matsui.
Good effort. See, I fact-checked you again.
I wasn't sure if I was saying
Schweimer,
anything
see, you
right.
got to fact-check this guy. Schwein, facts matter.
Yeah, Matsuyama, he was the pitcher, right?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, he was pitcher for I gotta look it up.
All right,
How many guys with the same first name? It's a problem.
I have the odds. Well, Shohei Ohtani is different from Hideki Matsui.
No, but I was trying to remember the guy whose record he broke.
Gotcha.
So it's you got Hideki Matsui, Hideki Nomo, Hideki Matsuyama. It's like, wow, like a lot of guys named John over here. Come on.
Here's the bracket. I got the bracket. I got the odds. You can probably prop swap these odds. Go out and buy tickets for all these guys right now. It's a good way to do it. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. All right, here you go. I got the odds for the Derby tonight, so you can go prop swap these if you want. I'd go buy something on each one, right? I'd probably go get one of each and then start selling them as the thing kind of goes around. So the field is, these are the brackets. All right, it's Ohtani against Soto. It's a great matchup there. Now, isn't that the one that you and Dave Weinberg have a little bit of a wager on? Not a wager, but he likes one, you like the other.
Yeah, Dave's got Ohtani and I got Soto.
I like Soto too. Ohtani, though, he's like such on a roll right now.
I just like Soto because I feel like his swing is much easier to repeat.
Yeah, like I don't know, being the lefty, you just have that beautiful left-handed swing. Ohtani's swing is beautiful. Salvador Perez versus Pete Alonso. Of all of them, this is probably the least. Maybe not. I mean, Salvador Perez and Alonso. Alonso's been in the Derby before. He's actually the defending champion, isn't he?
He is the defending champion for 2019 because they didn't have it last year.
That's right. Joey Gallo against Trevor Story. So you got a hometown guy.
And that's a tough matchup because you have one guy who knows the park. You have another guy who's just a monster masher.
And then you got Matt Olson against Trey Mancini. Mancini's actually a pretty cool story.
Mancini's a slugger, but I think Olson's the better slugger.
So Ohtani is the favorite, plus 375.
Mm-hmm.
Gallo, plus 450.
That's a strong number right there.
Pete Alonso, plus 500.
I know a lot of people are picking Pete Alonso just because supposedly the reports is that Pete Alonso prepares like very much for this.
Matt Olson plus 600.
I think Matt Olson could get to the second round, but I don't think he's winning it.
It's good value, though.
Good value.
You've got, let's see, Salvador Perez plus 700. Juan Soto plus 750.
I like that Juan Soto 750.
Why don't you jump on that?
Maybe I should.
Trevor Story plus 850 and Trey Mancini plus 1,000. I wouldn't mind saying, hey, I'm slapping down a couple bucks on Mancini.
I wouldn't mind slapping a couple bucks on Trevor Story because he knows the ballpark.
That's true. Now, Mancini, Trevor Story, by the way, he would be the fourth player to win the Derby in his home ballpark if that happened. You know, Bryce Harper did it.
Yep.
And Todd Frazier did it.
That's correct.
And Ryan Sandberg did it.
Todd Frazier from New Jersey.
Yeah, now Soto, this will be his seventh time that a Nationals player's in this. He has 11 homers so far this season, so that's why he's such a long shot. Because he has some of the fewest home runs ever competing in a home run derby.
Interesting.
Yeah, so your guy is a longer shot, obviously, than Dave Weinberg's guy.
I can live with that.
Yeah. Now, they are not.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm not going to cry.
No, I mean, just like, so his guy is obviously the favorite. Now, they are not using the humidor. It will not be in use for the home run derby. That means it's the most hitter-friendly ballpark in the majors will likely be even more homer-friendly. So they're really going to try to, amp this thing up.
500-foot shots? What?
Yeah, but, we talked about, like, the fact that they got Ohtani to do this, I think, makes the whole thing. Don't you?
It's a huge thing that's getting overlooked, I think.
He is literally, it's a shame that he plays in Anaheim.
Right.
That's the one thing. The fact that he's in Anaheim, I think, hurts him the most. Out of everything, that's what hurts him the most, is that he plays in Anaheim. It's not a good team. You don't get to see him. Because if he played, even if he played in Cincinnati or someplace, Midwest, you at least see him every now and then.
Right, because the fact that any of these guys on the West Coast, it just hurts their national name. Because people they just don't want to stay up late to watch them.
Now, did you know, people out there, that Matt Olson has 71 homers the last 3 seasons. It's 6 in Major League Baseball. It's second most in the American League. Matt Olson has more home runs than Mike Trout does the last 3 years.
Told you, he's a slugger.
Right?
He's legit.
Right. Well, that's another thing. The guy plays for Oakland.
Right.
So if I said Matt Olson, you probably have no clue who I'm talking about.
And he's not even the best player on that team. It's another Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
Chapman's arguably, if not the best, one of the best third basemen in all of baseball.
Yep.
Wouldn't mind seeing him in a Phillies uniform.
Yeah. Well, the Phillies need a lot of help.
That's understandable.
Although their offense has been coming around recently.
It has. It has.
Yep.
I will give them that.
Yeah. All right. Got a couple other things on the Derby tonight. So Pete Alonso is the defending champion. Salvador Perez leads all catchers with 20 home runs this season. So if you're going the betting odds, the guy that I think with the best value here for me, I like the Mancini story. So for plus 1,000, I think that I would throw some money on Mancini, right? Trevor Story, I like the fact that he's at home at plus 850. I'm cool with that.
Right.
But Matt Olson at plus 600, I like that one too because he's just such an unknown. So I feel like there's good value there. And I feel like Ohtani, even at plus 375, you can make some money on that.
You definitely can. Listen, you can make money on, like you said, if you were wanting to do prop swap here and you want to just go, to the local establishment this afternoon, maybe during your lunch break or after work, just slide on into Atlantic City and just drop some money on each one of them and just slide them on the prop swap site. You might be able to get in a situation. Like someone hits 20 home runs in the first round, you could sell it on prop swap.
Yeah. This gentleman says Josh has always hated on Ohtani ever since he got here.
No. See, this is where people like to spin the story. I didn't hate Ohtani. I always said that I believe that Ohtani was a better hitter than pitcher. And I didn't believe in Ohtani long-term as a pitcher because he's already had some arm injuries. He had arm injuries in Japan, and he's had arm injuries here now. So I've never believed in him long-term as a pitcher. It's a nice story. It's an awesome thing. Baseball should promote it more. But I've never, ever believed that Ohtani long-term is going to be a pitcher because I feel like over time, that's going to break down. Whereas as a hitter, doesn't matter if you can throw or not, if you could be a DH in the American League, right?
So wait.
So you're trying to process this now.
Yeah, give me this again real quick.
Right.
Try to get.
Yeah, so my thing is that I've always said that I think Ohtani long-term is going to be a better hitter than pitcher because he had arm injuries in Japan. He had arm injuries here. And I just think at some point that arm is going to break down.
So at some point, okay, so that's, I was just trying to, so at some point you think he's not going to pitch any longer.
Correct. And I think that this idea that he's going to be this for long-term hitter-pitcher thing is going to go away because guess what? If your arm fails, you can still hit.
That depends. I mean, yes, you could. I mean, how bad is his arm? Like, is he having multiple Tommy John injuries?
He's had elbow and shoulder injuries.
I mean, right now he's doing something that none of us have ever seen. Not Babe Ruth.
No, but at the same time, just because he's doing it now doesn't mean he's going to do it forever.
Sure, absolutely not.
So guess what? I don't believe in his viability long-term as a pitcher.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like you hate on him. It sounds like you're saying I don't see a guy being able to do both pitch and hit all the way through. A couple local players were selected in the draft. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the Phillies at the midway point. We've got the home run derby tonight. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Also, next hour, we will get into ESPN's interior line and offensive tackle rankings. Which Eagles landed on that list? You might be surprised at how many landed on the list. I got that coming up as well on the Sports Bash. All right, 240 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. I know Mike McGarry's been busy. The Major League Baseball draft is going on. Last night, you had to sit around to the 26th pick, but finally, Chase Petty was taken by the Minnesota Twins, and then already early today, another local pitcher was taken by the Pittsburgh Pirates. And I know Mike has information on all these guys, plus the Phillies at the midway point. They went 2 out of 3 in Boston. Does that make us change our opinions at all, Mike? They have the easiest schedule in baseball the rest of the way by far.
Yeah, I mean, before the weekend, right, I said go 5-2 on the road trip, take 2 out of 3 in Boston, and that's what they did. They're 3.5 games back. Like I wrote in today's paper, you know, they've given their fans a reason to sort of pay attention and hang in there, and not which I always hate when fans say, "Oh, if the Phillies are out of it by the time the Eagles have training camp, I'm not paying attention to baseball anymore." Like you can't do 2 things at once. Drives me crazy. But the Phillies this weekend have given their fans a reason to pay attention. They're 3.5 games back and played pretty well, you know, the past 10 days against some really good teams, and especially the Padres and the Red Sox.
Yeah, I think, you know, it was disappointing to lose the game against Chicago with Wheeler going, but to get to 2 out of 3, all I had said is, look, if you get to 44 and 44 at the halfway point, wipe the slate clean, start over, 3.5 back. That's a way better scenario than it could have been. A couple weeks ago, we were wondering if they were going to be 8 to 10 games out, and here they are, 3.5 back. So is that more the Phillies or the Mets?
Combination of both. Let's give the Phillies credit because they played well. Like you said, you know, they take 2 out of 3 from the Padres. They take 3 out of 4 from the Cubs. They take 2 out of 3 from the Red Sox. They could have easily, as you said, have, you know, lost a lot of those series and find themselves 7-8 games back at the All-Star break. And then I think you got a problem going into the second half of the season. You know, the Mets have been inconsistent this year. They split a series with a bad Pittsburgh Pirates team, you know, split a 4-game series. The Mets just haven't hit enough consistently to and that's what gives the rest of the teams in the NL East hope. The Mets have struggled to score runs at times. They've gotten good pitching. They play good defense, but they just haven't hit consistently. And that's why they're only 3.5 games up at this point. And so the Phillies are right there. And you hope maybe they found some answers. Maybe Ranger Suarez can solidify that back end of the bullpen, right? Maybe a lineup that you thought was going to, you know, the Phillies were supposed to out-hit their troubles, right? Well, they didn't hit until about the last, you know, 2 weeks. Now they've hit. Maybe the lineup keeps going forward. So maybe there's some answers there. There's still problems. You're still starting Vince Velasquez and Matt Moore every 4th and 5th day. But, you know, they appear to have some answers. So we'll see what happens going forward. And they're in a division where they can take advantage of that.
Yeah, Mike, you know, the Suarez thing's interesting. Yesterday, they threw him for 2 1/3. I mean, they obviously said he's the best thing we got. You wonder if they're going to come out of the gates with him in that closer role while they're trying to find more help in that bullpen.
Well, I think he's definitely the closer now. I think if there's a save opportunity Friday when they return against the Marlins in a doubleheader, he's going to be there. And he is intriguing, right? Because he started off as a starter and he's got that length. I don't think he's going to turn into Raleigh Fingers or Rich Gossage and do 2 or 3 inning saves. But he is a guy who should be able to go 1 1/3, maybe 1 2/3. And that's kind of what that bullpen needs, right? Because you know, they have, you know, their biggest problem has been inconsistency or finding some consistency. And if Suarez can lock down that back end, everybody says it. What do they got? 21, 22 blown saves. If they only have 15 blown saves, they're in first place. You know,
right? And that's a good point, Mike. Like 22 blown saves. If they get off that pace in the second half, right, I mean, they should be 8 games up by themselves right now. If you blow only half those games.
Exactly. Now, I think they still have, you know, they have 3 big issues, right? Or really 4 issues. They didn't hit early in the season. Now they're hitting. The bullpen was a mess. Maybe Suarez can solidify that back end of the bullpen and stop those really bad blown saves in the 9th inning. The defense and the back end of the rotation, that's going to be there. But there's no perfect teams in the NL East. You know, the Acuna's out, Braves, the Nationals, I don't think they're going to fire this season. And the Mets, you know, who knows? I mean, they just don't hit consistently enough to, you know, to really distance themselves. So, you know, the Phillies have as good a chance as anybody right now.
Yep, that Acuna Jr. unfortunate injury, I should say, unfortunate. We'll see how that kind of, basically is a huge factor in this race. You were waiting for Atlanta to make that move. It hasn't happened all year. You're talking about a guy whose numbers are Hank Aaron, like only with the home runs and the stolen bases, and they're 4 back there. Phillies are 3.5. The Mets lead the division. We got the All-Star game tomorrow. We got the Home Run Derby tonight. You a Home Run Derby guy, McGarry?
I am and I'm not. I am interested, though, tonight to see Antonio, to see him in the Home Run Derby. And I believe he's matched up against Juan Soto in the first round, so I am interested to see that. I think the Home Run Derby sometimes goes on too long, but I am interested to see, him hit in the Home Run Derby. I have the baseball package, but I'm not – since Trout's been out, I haven't been up at 2 a.m. watching many Anaheim Angels games or Los Angeles Angels games. So I am interested in seeing him in the Home Run Derby. And I think he should, if baseball's smart, he should start tomorrow night's game and bat leadoff for the American League.
Well, he is pitching. From what I understand, I think they did name him the starting pitcher. It's going to be Scherzer is going to pitch for the National League. And Ohtani, I think, is going to start for the American League. So this is something as rare can be, a position player starting on the mound also.
Right. I mean, what did we go back to 1919 and 1920 to Babe Ruth, the last time it was really done? And, Babe Ruth just really did it with the Boston Red Sox in 18 and 19. I think in 1920, he threw only 5 games for the New York Yankees because the Yankees decided he would be more valuable as a right fielder than he would be on the mound. And they wanted him as a hitter. So, but basically you're seeing something here that I don't know if he can continue to do it, but you're seeing something here that's historic and hasn't been done since 1920. What's that? 101 years.
Right. Mike McGarry's here. All right. Last night we saw Chase Petty basically steal the show. Right. The MLB Network had him on for they could have given him his own sitcom last night.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't disappoint last night in his interviews. Dropped a few names: Mike Trout, Fernando Tatis Jr. But what I like about Chase Petty, what I'm kind of working on a story right now, obviously he's the first guy to be picked in the first round since Mike Trout in 2009, and nobody is going to say that Chase's career, as talented as he is, nobody's going to put the pressure on him to say your career is going to unfold the way Trout is or compare him to Trout. However, having said that, what they do share in common is in 2009, Trout embraced the draft. He went out. He was the only guy to show up at MLB Network studios. He was the only player to do that. And Petty was one of the few players to travel out to Denver and experience that. And I think, and the kid's going to have a great weekend. He gets picked last night. He's going to the Home Run Derby tonight. He's having dinner with Fernando Tatis Jr. and Manny Machado tonight. He's going to the All-Star game tomorrow. Like he told me last night, he said, who wouldn't do that? Who wouldn't want something like that? So I just think it speaks to the confidence in their abilities that both of them have just sort of embraced this process and made the most of it. Mike Trout back in 2009 and Chase Petty last night.
Yeah, now they asked Petty about what he's enjoyed the most about all this. And he said, like, the little kids coming up for his autograph. And, you went to probably every game that he pitched
right.
the last couple of years. It was, high school baseball games being at the time that they are, I don't really get to see them all that often. So I went to, a handful of games on the weekend or something. You have to imagine, I would imagine that those crowds for those games were way bigger than any high school games.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, high school baseball games, like you say, they're played at 4 p.m. They're kind of like friends and family affair, right? Very close friends and family. If you have 50 people at a high school baseball game, it's a big crowd. But Petty drew Friday night football-like crowds to mainland baseball games. People lying down the right and left field lines. I remember walking behind the dugout and seeing a kid about 10 years old jump on the pitcher's mound and say, "I'm Chase Petty," pretend to be Chase Petty. And Chase did a great job with the young kids afterwards. After every game, there was a group of kids outside the mainland dugout, and Chase would come out and pose for pictures and sign autographs and do everything else. So, he really sort of, again, we talk about embracing the draft. He sort of embraced the craziness of the season. And like I've written several times, he lived up to, everything that everybody expected of him every time he took the field this summer or this past spring. And the reward was Sunday night when the Twins select him with the 26th pick in a slot that has a signing bonus of more than $2.6 million.
Yep. So that, and by the way, he's going to a place that he'll have some local flavor there as well in Minnesota.
Yeah, it's interesting how that works out, right? Cody Stashak, an Oakcrest graduate from a couple of years ago, has pitched for the Twins. I believe he's on the disabled list now or the injured list now with a back injury. But Sean Mooney, 2016 Ocean City graduate, is pitching at A level for the Twins right now. Mooney and Petty work out together at the Baseball Performance Center in Pleasantville. So obviously, maybe in South Jersey here, we got to go out and get some Twins jerseys or some Twins gear to go along with our Angels gear, right? To sort of support these guys.
Yeah, I know that, the Twins obviously this year kind of disappointing. Let me ask you about, I mean, a lot of people have, Petty obviously throws very hard. That put him on the map. Do you see him as a starter, a reliever? What's your anticipation?
Well, I think the Twins talked last night that they like him as obviously as a starter. You take a guy in the first round, you're going to try to do everything you can to make him a starter. They obviously like his velocity on his fastball, which is 100 miles an hour. They said they like his slider and his changeup also throws a two-seamer, so he has that 4-pitch arsenal. He didn't have to throw the changeup a lot in high school. He could get by on his fastball and slider on the high school level, but he has that 4-pitch arsenal. So you take a guy in the first round, you're going to project him as a starter. But I mean, he's a pitcher and he's an 18-year-old pitcher, and it's going to be probably a slow and steady ride towards the major leagues. They're not going to rush him. They're going to watch his innings and move him along to do what they can to maximize his ability and protect his health at the same time.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see where he goes from here. Where do they send him first and how he performs right off the bat at that level? Because, he said the other night in an interview, he has been the hardest thrower at his age group pretty much his entire life. Now you make that next jump and you're sent out to, rookie ball or low A?
Yeah, I'm not sure what they exactly do now. They kind of redid the minor leagues this season. I guess they've got low A. There might be some developmental leagues that they can put these young draft choices in Florida. They used to have like the New York Penn League, which had the Staten Island Yankees and the Phillies affiliate up in Williamsport. That would start in late June, and that would be where a lot of these rookies would go. We'll see what happens right now. It would probably be either low A or there might be some sort of developmental league for rookies, at the spring training sites in Arizona and Florida that he would probably show up. And he has until August 1st to sign. These things usually play out, so, he'll probably be back on a mound somewhere, I would say, maybe September or late August.
And Bishop Eustace Anthony Solamento is also going to Pittsburgh. He was the first pick of the second round. I know he pitched in that game. I think it was in Summers Point, correct?
Correct. He pitched against Ocean City in that coaches versus cancer game, that first weekend of the season against Matt Noonan of Ocean City. Eustace won that game 2-0. Noonan also pitched well. He's going to Boston College from Ocean City. But yeah, Anthony Solamento, the other draft pick, he didn't have to wait long. Some mock drafts projected him going in the first round. He didn't go in the first round last night, but he goes in the first pick of the second round today. The draft started at 1:00 at 1:05. He was off the board. So if you are going to go in the second round, that's the way to go. And it's still tremendous achievement. Second round, you're the 37th. Think about how many kids in America play baseball. You're the 37th. Player selected in the draft. Yeah, we talk here, shrug our shoulders like second round, but it's still tremendous.
Oh, yeah. Especially, you get two guys literally from about, an hour from each other that go in the first couple of rounds of the Major League Baseball draft, which, this, Mike, 10 years ago would be unheard of that a guy from this area was getting even thought of.
Yeah, we've talked about it several times before. There's just been an explosion of baseball talent in this region. A host of guys going to the Division I level, a host of guys who have been drafted in the past. Danny Noonan of Ocean City, Sean Mooney, we mentioned him, Cody Stashak, just a tremendous what baseball has become around here. When I first started in the early 90s, and I think you were in high school, it was kind of an afterthought behind football and basketball, shore area baseball. And now it might be the Cape Atlantic League's top sport.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Check him out over at AC Press McGarry on Twitter. And you can read all of his coverage of the Major League Baseball draft and everything else that's going on. The Phillies getting ready for the second half of the season. And Mike will be back on Wednesday as we look ahead to the second half for the Phils. All right, Mike, take care, man.
All right, we'll see you down the road. Thanks.
There is Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City here on the Sports Bash. Coming up in the next hour, we'll take a look at the interior line, the offensive tackle rankings, and see where those Phillies, those Eagles players landed on that list. We'll have that coming up in about 20 minutes. Plus, the NBA Finals got a little more interesting. That's next. Just after 3 here on a Sports Bash Monday. I'm your host, Mike Gill. What's going on, everybody? Hopefully you're enjoying the day. I think that we'll have the Derby tonight. I know that for sure. 8 o'clock, you can hear the Home Run Derby on 97.3 ESPN. Shohei Ohtani will be in the Derby. You'll see him start the game for the American League. You can hear that game tomorrow night. Looks like JT Realmuto will probably be the starting catcher, I would imagine, for the National League All-Star team. Buster Posey is out for the NL. So we got a lot of baseball news coming in. So it's Scherzer versus Ohtani. They are your All-Star Game starting pitchers. So that should be fun. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. You can hit me up on the text board. I think we'll get into some football coming up in about 20 minutes from now as well. I'm looking forward to the list of the interior linemen and the offensive tackle that we were talking about. We've been kind of breaking down this list that they've been kind of leaking out one day at a time over at ESPN.com. That's been a lot of fun. I do want to get into the NBA Finals from the other night as well, which, hey, look, at this stage, you got the game Wednesday night? So there's a couple days off because of the Major League Baseball All-Star game, believe it or not, because ESPN has the rights to the game. They couldn't put the game on Monday or Tuesday, so I'm imagining that's how it ended up happening, that the game is now pushed to – because the game's in Milwaukee. They don't need the days off in between with the game being in Milwaukee. It's not like there's a travel day here, right? But the NBA Finals head – to Milwaukee for Game 4, with the Bucks looking to knot this series up. Now, I had said on Friday's show that I think that the Bucks will win both games out there and tie this thing up and send it back all tied up at 2-2. And the game the other night, the Bucks made some great adjustments. They made some great adjustments. They flipped the script. They win the game by 20, and you get a huge game from Antetokounmpo. And it's amazing how the ebbs and flows of this playoff series for the Bucks have gone, right? It's unbelievable the way that game went. You know, he was awesome last night. They just could not stop him. And this is a guy who just refuses to, I don't say refuses to lose because they have lost, but he refuses to leave anything out on the court. He refuses to leave an ounce of energy out there. He scored 41 points, Giannis, last night to lead the Bucks to a 120-100 win. And now Phoenix leads the series 2-1, and teams with home court advantage leading the best of 7 series have won the series 87% of the time. But these teams that win at home like Milwaukee does, and they can tie this up on Wednesday night. The Bucks were behind 2-0 to the Nets. They won 2 in Milwaukee, and they won the series. And that happened as well against the Hawks, where they were down and got back into that series. So why should you be optimistic if you're a Bucks fan? Well, Antetokounmpo. For as much as you're like, he doesn't shoot, he doesn't – look, this is a clear example of, hey, you don't have to shoot, right? People want people, oh, you have to shoot if he doesn't shoot. Giannis Antetokounmpo's not shooting. He's just aggressive. There's your difference between him and the guy here. He's just aggressive. He played better last night than he played in Game 2. And the moves he showed last night, his stats last night, 41 points, 13 rebounds, 6 assists. That's only been done a couple times. LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Magic Johnson, Jerry West, not bad. But this is where the difference in the game was. Giannis shot 13 of 17 from the free throw line. He was 76% from the line, which means he's taking it personal in this series that the crowds are, counting down with them when he has the ball. And Giannis is taking that personal and adding that to the repertoire. 76% from the free throw line. That is unexpected. You have MVP-like efforts from Giannis Antetokounmpo in this series. He's the MVP of the league. He needs to have those kind of efforts. And then everything kind of falls into place behind what he does. We asked about Keith Smith on Thursday's show. What about Drew Holiday? Well, 21 points. He had some big shots, had some big passes, played very good defense. Middleton did what he's expected to do. He was a complimentary guy. And that 30-9 run, now the Suns got back. They ended the third quarter on a 16-0 run. But that 30-9 run, man, Giannis was brilliant. Now you see Chris Paul. And what do we talk about a lot with Paul? Wow, he just absolutely controls the pace of the game. He controls the pace and the flow. Well, he played well, but not as well as he typically does. 19 points, 9 assists, 4 turnovers, but he didn't control the pace of the game like normal. And then Devin Booker, wow, he was terrible. But remember when the Sixers in the playoffs the last couple of years, when Embiid would go to the bench, what happened? Terrible. Well, when DeAndre Ayton left the game, the Suns got outscored by 13 points in 5 minutes when the backup center was out there. Dario being out, they went with Frank Kaminsky, and I thought that was a little bit, it wasn't a huge factor in the game, but keep that in mind. You're going to need big minutes from Ayton now the rest of the way. And I thought Ayton played well, by the way. He did a really good job early in that game. But this is a series now. This is a series because we keep knocking Budenholzer, right? He keeps getting knocked by everybody. People want Budenholzer replaced in the middle of this series almost. But they made the adjustments. Right? They made the adjustments. I thought they did a really good job. And Antetokounmpo, the 41 points, 14 to 23, 23 shots. And how many of the 23 shots are from anywhere other than the painted area? Very few. I mean, geez. Antetokounmpo is literally everything that Ben Simmons could be if he just was an aggressive player. And people are, he's not Giannis. He can be. We're not saying he is, but that's the kind of game that he could have. He could have a game where he doesn't need to shoot. Giannis doesn't shoot the ball. I mean, every once in a while, he shot 2 threes last night. That's all that Ben needs to kind of incorporate. Right? That's all that he kind of needs to add to the repertoire. You don't have to be good. Just add it. But Giannis, I'm trying to remember. I can't recall how many outside shots he took last night that weren't in that painted area. That's what's the frustrating part. You look at Giannis. Now, sometimes it hurts him. Sometimes, they lose 2 games, and you're like, man, his limitations are a problem. But they weren't last night. 38 minutes. Just keep in mind, too, what this guy's doing with that knee issue. 38 minutes, 41 points. He scored 40 points or more twice now in this series. And look, they got help, too. Like Drew Holiday, I thought, was a huge difference. He had 5 threes in the game. Middleton hit 3 threes. They had 8 threes between the secondary players. Connaughton came off the bench, hit 2 threes. That's big. That is a big, big factor. Phoenix did not shoot the ball well, 9 of 31 from 3. They barely got to the line. They only got there 16 times. Milwaukee got there 26 times. There's a factor right there. So I think this is something else that needs to be, and I'll bring it back up. DeAndre Ayton was excellent defensively, but the way Antetokounmpo was playing downhill, he did not make a shot. Antetokounmpo did not make a shot from outside 6 feet of the rim. And Ayton ended up getting in some foul trouble in the second half, and they had to go to Frank Kaminsky. You can't do that. So I think if the Bucks continued to go at him, go at Ayton, that's going to be a problem for Phoenix. They're small. If you look at mock drafts right now, every mock draft has Phoenix going after a center. They do not have a lot of size behind DeAndre Ayton. Ayton's outstanding, but they don't have a lot of size behind them. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Keep that in mind. The game is not tonight or tomorrow. It's not till Wednesday night. Not till Wednesday night. But Giannis, the difference maker, which is so interesting. Like, look at what we argue and complain about here with Philadelphia, with Ben Simmons, is he doesn't shoot, he doesn't do this. And look who's about possibly, I don't want to say is about to win a championship. They're still down 2-1. But look who's in the finals, and look why you feel pretty good about where the Bucks are. It's because of a player who just doesn't shoot. He scored 41 points, and none of his points came from 6 feet outside the painted area. So, again, for all the people that say he has to shoot, Giannis is saying, no, you don't. You just need to be aggressive. You need to be more aggressive. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, 609-403-0973. A couple other quick things on the NBA. There's a report out there that says the Cavaliers guard, Colin Sexton, is very available in a trade. But here's the thing. The thing that I had heard regarding Sexton is the Sixers think that they are going to get better offers than just Sexton. So Sexton's a guy who averaged 24 points and 4.5 assists per game. He shot 37% from 3. Many people think the Sixers are going to get better offers than taking a Colin Sexton deal. Does that make you feel better or worse? Or if you don't get a better offer, would you just make a deal for Colin Sexton? Do you think that's a fair swap? Colin Sexton for Ben Simmons, which has been kind of out there in proposed deals, not actual offers. When I say proposed deals, I mean like, hey, these are 5 NBA deals that should happen this offseason. Cole from LBI says you can't compare Giannis and Ben Simmons. Giannis is a killer that isn't afraid to shoot at any point. Ben is a head case that can only score when he's the number one option. Well, there's some yeses and nos to that, Cole. You can compare the two. They're both limited offensive players who can score in unconventional ways of today's NBA. Giannis doesn't shoot the ball very well. He doesn't like to shoot. Ben just won't shoot at all. You're right, though. The difference is, and who said this? I forget who it was, but they said Giannis just isn't embarrassed by the fact that he airballs, so he doesn't care. I think that's where Ben suffers. Ben is too worried about the aesthetics of what his shot looks like. And if he misses, Giannis doesn't care. So, yeah, Giannis is a killer. You can compare the two. Why? Because they're two guys that don't like to shoot and aren't good at shooting. One cares, the other one doesn't. There's the difference. You can compare the two's games. You got two guys who are 6'10" or taller that handle the ball a lot, who can get to the basket and score with regularity. They both have shown if they want to be aggressive, they can score with regularity. The difference is Giannis does it on a night-to-night basis. Ben Simmons does not. The comparison is they both have similar skill sets and games. It's a mindset, right? A text message just came in. Mike, it's a mindset. It's wanting to get better and not settling. The fact that he was willing to be in the dunker spot is terrible. I know that he was willing. I don't think he likes being in that dunker spot, to be honest with you. He did not like it when Jimmy Butler was here, and it's part of the reason why Jimmy Butler left is because Ben Simmons essentially didn't want to be in that dunker spot. So I don't think he is willing to be in the dunker spot. I think that's just essentially where he's told to go. But I do agree that it's a mindset. Giannis's mindset is, I don't care through hell or high water. I am going to get to the basket. He just puts his head down, puts his shoulder down, and runs through you. That's what he does. Puts the shoulder down. I'm getting to that basket. I don't care. I'm getting there. His mindset is you're absolutely right, dude. His mindset is significantly better. And that is the one huge difference between those two teams. Or players, I should say. One's mindset is, I refuse to lose. The other mindset is, I want to help my team win. That's different. It's definitely different. Refusing to lose as opposed to, I want to try to help my team win. Sometimes trying to help your team win is also refusing to lose. Having the mentality of I'm refusing to lose is different than I want to help my team win. 609 403 0973. 609 403 0973. This is the Sports Bash Live on a Monday edition. We got a lot to do the rest of the day. Hopefully, when we come back, we're going to look at that ESPN. They surveyed 50 scouts, executives, coaches, and players and asked them to rank the top 10 players at each position. Over the weekend, they did interior line and tackles. We'll see how many Eagles landed on that list. And that's coming up next here on the Sports Bash. I'll go through that. And at 5 o'clock tonight, we're going to go through the quarterback list because they did the quarterbacks today. Over the weekend, they did the linemen. Today, they did the quarterbacks. Tomorrow, it's going to be running backs. Wednesday, it'll be wide outs. And Thursday, it'll be tight ends. So when we come back, the offensive line. How many Eagles landed on the list? How many in the NFC? Find out next. Quentin Nelson is a guard. He was number 1. Zach Martin, there's a big one for the Dallas Cowboys. He is number 2. So Dallas now has the highest tackle and the highest guard and the number 2 guard on the entire list. Number 3, Washington football team, Brandon Sheriff. He's another one. So now Washington has a guard. Dallas has a guard. Number 2 and number 3, both coming from the NFC East. Frank Ragnow, he's the highest center on the list, the Detroit Lions center. He came in at number 4. Joel Bideneau is from Cleveland. He is another guard. Some people think he might be the best guard in that division. Joe Thuney is now with Kansas City. He is number 6. Elton Jenkins from Green Bay. He is number 7. Roger Saffold from Tennessee. He is number 8. Rodney Hudson from Arizona, the center. He is number 9. And Eric McCoy, a center. He is number 10. So centers and guards that also got votes for the top 10 include Ryan Kelly, Ali Marpet, Wyatt Teller, Corey Linsley, Ryan Jensen, Brandon Linder, and Brandon Brooks and Jason Kelsey. Both landed on the list. So one AFC executive said about Brooks, he should be high on the list. I think he's just easily forgotten about because of the injuries. So let's stop there. Should be high on the list. Brandon Brooks has routinely been one of the top 2 or 3 in all of football. So now you have Lane Johnson appearing on the tackle list. You've got Brandon Brooks appearing on the interior lineman list. Put those 2 together, they can stay healthy. We know this. The Giant fans know it. The Cowboy fans know it. And the Washington football fans out there, you guys know it. Those 2 guys together make up maybe the best right side in football. Now, Zach Martin and Tyron Smith, they have been ranked higher on the list, but Dallas and Philly both have some talent. Jason Kelsey, the Eagles are the only team in the division that have 3 of their offensive linemen ranked on this list. And now, look, this isn't just some writer putting his list together in his mind of, let me put these 10 guys on it. No, they surveyed 50 executives, scouts, players, to get this list. Now, about Jason Kelsey, an AFC scout said, still love the player, but he's approaching the end. Yeah, and I think that's accurate about Kelsey. That here's a guy that how many more years are you getting out of him? But together, Kelsey, Brooks, and Johnson, they make up a really good right side of the Eagles line. Sayamala and whoever. Now, Sayamala is interesting because is he going to battle with Landon Dickerson? I think that's something to kind of keep an eye on in this whole situation in training camp. What do they look at from Landon Dickerson? Do they want him to just learn and be some depth, or do they want him to go in there and compete for a starting job? So if you look at the offensive line now, we did interior linemen and offensive tackles, Jason Kelsey, Brandon Brooks, and Lane Johnson. It's the only team in the division that has 3 players listed. Now, Dallas has 2, and one of them is the number 2 guard. And that's Zach Martin. Some people think, as one NFL defensive player said, quote, he's got it all. There's really no weakness. The only thing that can stop him is injuries. And even then, he basically looks the same. So you have Martin, who had, a calf problem last year or something like that. I think he missed some time with a calf injury, missed about 6-7 games. And then you have Tyron Smith, who was another guy. Washington was Sheriff. Remember, they had Trent Williams at one point. He's the number 1 tackle in the league. Can you imagine if they had Sheriff and Williams playing next to each other? But Sheriff also had some injury problems, and he has had some injury issues all throughout his NFL career. An NFL coordinator said, quote, great puller and very good in the run game. I'd probably put him behind those 2, Nelson and Martin, in pass protection. So you got 1, Quentin Nelson, 2, Zach Martin, 3, Brandon Sheriff. That is your top 3. And Jason Kelsey still making this list. I was a little surprised that Kelsey still has that kind of pull. He still has that kind of cachet around the league. Now, a couple other notes when we look at the offensive lineman here. Again, we did not see any other NFC East players inside the interior line position. But Ryan Kelly, the center from Indianapolis, made this list, as did Quentin Nelson. So what does that say? 2 Indianapolis Colts in the top, 15. which is interesting. More on that coming up when we get to the quarterback list a little bit later on. We'll go down that quarterback list tonight. But keep in mind, you have 2 Indianapolis Colts that made the interior line list. And when you go over to the offensive tackle position, we talked about the fact that who got votes. There's an honorable mention on that list, Braden Smith, who is also an Indianapolis Colt. So they have 3 players. So could that signal a big turnaround for one Carson Wentz? Something to consider. 609-403-0973. Hit us up on the text board, 609-403-0973. Mosher will talk more about the impact of these players. Look, we'll go back to the whole thing. Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Darius Slay. Brandon Graham did not make the list. Fletcher Cox was number 5. Darius Slay was number 9. And then we come to the offensive side of the ball. So Mosher today for football at 4. We'll talk to him about that. Jeff Kerr tonight, by the way, at 5:25. We'll talk a little bit more NFL stuff with him as we'll also take a look with Jeff, the most underrated players inside the NFC East from each team. One guy from each team. That's coming up tonight. All right, Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Oh, one other couple things when it comes to this offensive line. When you look at Dallas, I think Dallas, they've had, much like Philly, Dallas had a lot of injury problems on the offensive line last year. If their offensive line is healthy, like Philly, they can come and say the same thing. Tyron Smith, probably, we talked about it, number 9 tackle in football. Connor Williams, he's another guy, second-round pick a couple of years ago, really coming into his own. He's a guy that really, could blossom out there as an undervalued guard. They have, and then Zach Martin at right guard, one of the best, and La'el Collins at right tackle, who at one point was thought of to be, this next, big offensive line. It hasn't really lived up to what he was drafted as, but they have the ability, Dallas, to have a really good offensive line if the same as Philly. They can stay healthy. Now, if you flip over to Washington, I think Washington's offensive line, Leno Jr., they've got Sheriff, Cornelius Lucas. This is where I think they have a little bit of issue. They did get better talent in terms of skill position. Gibson, I like. McLaurin, big fan. Curtis Samuel they brought in. Logan Thomas is a pretty good catcher of the football at tight end, very athletic. But their offensive line, I think, is still a little shaky. Brandon Sheriff, obviously, as we said, number 3 ranked. But I think that offensive line could be the Achilles heel of that football team. And, of course, with all teams, injuries, the depth gets hurt a little bit more. I think Washington's a little weak there. And then go over to New York. They're interesting. Nate Solder, they brought him in, and what are they going to do with him? Andrew Thomas, who they drafted very high, he struggled. Will Hernandez, a guy that a lot of people liked at the draft a couple of years ago. Zach Fulton, Nick Gates. I mean, the Giants' offensive line has been their issue. Now, Daniel Jones is also a problem, but the Giants' offensive line has been an issue. You can make a strong argument that Philadelphia has the best offensive line in the division. I think Dallas is right there with them. I think those two have the best offensive line. Now, the question is, in your opinion, how important is an offensive line? How important is having the best offensive line in the division? How important is it for the Eagles and all teams? Dallas. If Dallas has the best offensive line, I think they win the division. If Philadelphia has the best offensive line, I don't know that they win the division, but I think they can compete. If their offensive line stays healthy, I think they can compete. Dallas, I think the ceiling is if they have the best offensive line, they can win the division, but they can also go further. I think Dallas, with a healthy offensive line and their offensive skill position player, now their defense is a problem. I don't think they're a Super Bowl level defense. This to me feels like kind of a one and done type of defense. You guys would agree with that. I'm being objective here. I'm telling you, I think Dallas, with that offensive line, if they're healthy, along with Zeke Elliott, Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup, CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott obviously being back to full strength. We'll see where he ranked on the list of the top 10 quarterbacks. But I think that team offensively, they're the best offense in the division. And their defense, I think their defense is the problem. I think their defense is probably a one-and-done defense. Although, we have no idea what Micah Parsons' impact will be, right? We have no idea what the new, who's the coordinator, Dan Quinn, right? I think got to keep that in mind. They've got a new defensive coordinator out there, much like Philadelphia. How much will that change the philosophy? Having a different defensive coordinator, having better. I think their scheme last year was a problem. They still don't have great talent, but DeMarcus Lawrence, Randy Gregory, you just can't count on. Van Der Esch, like the player. Micah Parsons, love the pick. We'll see what he turns into. Jalen Smith is just really not. I mean, look, the guy had that major injury. Their secondary will be interesting to see what they get out of that group. So, the ESPN, by the way, the rest of the way coming up, they've got running backs tomorrow, wide receivers on Wednesday, and tight ends on Thursday. So we'll continue to count them all down here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. So the NFL's best quarterbacks, 50 execs, coaches, and scouts rank the top 10. We will take a look at those tonight at 5 o'clock here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, you can listen and download the free mobile app. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash, brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. All right, we got plenty more. Football at 4 in the next hour, plus July the 12th. Do you remember? And Bob Wankel today at 4:40 as the Phillies 44-44 at the break. We got all that and more here on the Sports Bash. ESPN. We took a look at the offensive line stuff there. We'll do some more football coming up at 4 o'clock with Jeff Mosher. I'm Mike Gill at Mike Gill Show on Twitter. But I got to change gears here from the football over to some hoops, which I don't know that anybody saw this or was anybody paying attention to this, but did anybody notice that Team USA basketball lost to freaking Nigeria the other day? Nigeria, for God's sakes. USA basketball lost to Nigeria 90-87 in Las Vegas. It's the first time a team from Africa has beaten Team USA in a game, exhibition or otherwise, period. They outscored USA 60-30 on three-point field goal shots. Gabe Vincent led all scorers with 21 points. Hey, Sixers, how about calling Gabe Vincent to see what his availability is? He had 6 3-pointers. It's 2 more than he ever made in 59 career games when he played with the Heat. Kevin Durant, not good enough. Dame Lillard, not good enough. Bradley Beal. You have Kevin Durant, Dame Lillard, and Bradley Beal on your team. You lost to Nigeria. Can you imagine if those 3 guys were on an NBA team together? They'd be the favorite to win the title going away. They lost to Nigeria. The significance of this is what? Well, coming into the night, Team USA had been 54-2 in exhibition games since the professionals started playing in 1992. That was the Dream Team. Could you imagine the Dream Team losing to Nigeria? I mean, forget the fact that it's Nigeria. Anybody. And like Nigeria, let's be honest, it's not some basketball powerhouse. Gabe Vincent led all scorers. Gabe Vincent. This is a national embarrassment that nobody paid attention to. In 1992, the Dream Team beat Nigeria. You ready for this? 156-73. That's what the score of this game should have been. Instead, they lost 90-87. They beat Nigeria by 83 points. They also beat Nigeria by 44 points in an exhibition 5 years ago. It's the biggest betting upset. Team USA was a 28.5-point favorite. The money line odds were minus 10,000 for the Americans and plus 2,500 for Nigeria. It was a 96% chance that Team USA would win, according to those odds. Now, you look at it like this. The NBA and college basketball, you look about how rare this upset was in basketball. Okay? The largest spread in the NBA ever in a database going back to 1990, 1991 is 24.5. Favorites of 24 points are 24-1 outright over that span. The Bulls are the only time a 24-point favorite lost a game. They lost to the Orlando Magic. Now, in men's basketball, college, teams favored by at least 28 points were 730-0. This is more of that. The NBA, all right, I went out last night. I had too much to drink. Yeah, you're professionals. They're professionals. College basketball, this is what that is. You have the best college basketball team favored by 28 points. They are 730-0, dating back to 93-94. So what happened in the game? Well, Team USA, you've got Dame Lillard, you got Jason Tatum, you got Kevin Durant, you got Bradley Beal, and they go ISO. And basically they go one-on-one, isolation, all night long. The guys who on this team, Jason Tatum, Dame Lillard, Kevin Durant, Bradley, can you imagine? That would be like those guys being on an NBA team and losing to the process Sixers. Seriously. That's essentially what it is. The process Sixers. Nigeria has 6 players who played in the NBA. Stop me when you've heard of any of these guys. KZ Okpala, Precious Achua, Gabe Vincent, Josh Okogie, Chimes Metu, and Mie Oni. They are the NBA players that just beat Kevin Durant, Dame Lillard, Bradley Beal, Jason Tatum, It's I don't know how this isn't getting more conversation. It's literally if an NBA team with Durant, Beal, Dame, and whoever lost to the process Sixers, probably worse. I mean, the process Sixers at least had, my gosh, for one season they had Jahlil Okafor, who was the third pick in the draft. They had Michael Carter Williams. I mean, they had some players that ended up being decent pros. None of these guys are decent pros. Nigeria made 23 pointers. Think about this. The Spurs under Greg Popovich has allowed an opposing team to make 23 pointers only 3 times ever. Kevin Durant and Kevin Love, by the way, who's also on this team, they were on the Team USA team that beat Nigeria by 83 points. And this time they lost. Bradley Beal, 1 of 7. I mean, he took 7 shots. Kevin Durant has never lost a game for Team USA. Never. In 39 games, Kevin Durant has never lost 1 game in international play. And by the way, Team USA had 32 free throws. Nigeria had 10. So we talk about free throws, get to the line, and how, nope, didn't help. The Americans had gone 39-0 in their last 3 Olympic seasons, including any pre-Olympic exhibition, and they won the gold every time. They lost this game. They'll play Monday tonight against Australia, which, by the way, I would love to have seen Team USA with Ben Simmons playing for Australia, who, by the way, have you seen any of the Australian highlights? Matisse Thybulle D'ing it up, dunks all over the place, Patty Mills, Burns, Aaron Baines. I mean, they've looked really good. But holy moly, can you believe that Team USA, I'm like stunned. When I was looking, I said, I'm putting together the show for today. I said, what am I going to talk? I said, Team USA, hold on a second. Team USA lost to Nigeria. Unbelievable. And we talk about upsets and great upsets. This, to me, would be one of the biggest upsets, period. Right? This is one of the biggest upsets ever. You have can you imagine, like, Dame Lillard? Everybody wants Dame Lillard, got to trade Ben Simmons. And I'm saying, if you would still trade for Dame Lillard. He was on a team that had Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Jason Tatum, and they lost to Nigeria. I don't know what that says for any of those guys. But I know one thing. None of them are still playing. Bradley Beal's on a team that stinks. Durant, okay, he's won a title, 2 MVPs. But how do you lose this game? How do you allow your team to lose? How is it even close? Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. A couple other quick things I want to dive into here. Some sad news. I mean, I say sad news. It's definitely made the NFC East, the NL East, a little bit more interesting. And we're going to talk to Bob Wankel coming up in about a little less than an hour from now. Ronald Acuna Jr., if you missed it over the weekend, out with an ACL. He is done for the year. He was going after an inside the, it ended up being an inside the park, but there was a ball hit by Jazz Chisholm from the Marlins. Acuna went up to go catch it, came down, tore his ACL. Think about what the Braves are losing. 72 runs scored, leads the league. He also leads the Braves in batting average, 283. Home runs, 24. Stolen bases, 17. And he's just one of 3 players leading their team in all 3 categories, and now he's out for the year. You know, the Braves are in some trouble. This was a team that was the heavy favorite to win the East. Without Acuna, holy moly. He has had an unbelievable season. He joins Hank Aaron as the only Braves player with 20 homers and 15 steals by the All-Star break. You're talking about Hank Aaron here. That's the kind of player that the Braves have just lost. And think about this. He won't play another game before his 24th birthday, but he's one of just 5 major league players to record 100 homers and 75 steals at 23 years of age or younger. You know who else? Mike Trout, Andrew Jones, A-Rod, and Griffey. And of that group, you know, Acuna has 105 homers and 77 steals. Trout, 130 homers and 112 steals. Woo. How good is Trout, man? Acuna was supposed to go to the All-Star game, and Manny Machado will take his spot. He will be the 3rd starter who has to be replaced. Mike Trout was one of them. Buster Posey was the other one, and I think that means JT Realmuto will be the starting catcher for the National League. Acuna is in the third year of an 8-year, $100 million extension. Think about the value, the bargain they got there. 8 years, $100 million. He was on the books for $5 million this year. And next year, he's going to go up to $15 million and then 17, 17, 17, 17. This is a huge loss, though. They went to the National League Championship last year, and they have yet to be. Think about this. The Phillies are 500. The Braves have not been 500 once all year. They have gone 0-6 with a chance to get over 500. But the Braves now are in a big, 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 big trouble. Can this open things up for the Phillies? Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So we had two stunners over the weekend. USA basketball loses to Nigeria, and Ronald Acuna has opened things up in the National League East. It might end up being a 2 or 3 team race. Can the Braves stay in it? Is Washington involved? Phillies in second. We'll talk more baseball in less than an hour with Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad here on the Sports Bash Live. But when we come back, it is football at 4. Jeff Mosher's in the house from the Inside the Birds podcast as we do all things NFL. And that's next here on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
With Mike Gill, it's time for Football at 4 with Jeff Mosier.
I think our track record in the last 20 years, how many NFC East titles, playoff appearances, and appearances in the NFC Championship game, those are some of the metrics I look at, and I'll compare our record with almost anybody.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, this is Football at 4.
All right, everybody, it's that time of the day, my friends. It's time for Football at 4. Of course, it is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Jeff Mosher, Adam Kaplan bring you the Inside the Birds podcast. It dropped this morning. The latest edition is out. And Jeff Mosher, the latest edition is out. We are getting closer to Eagles training camp. The clock is ticking. The sand is going through the hourglass, and we are starting to feel football. Like when that calendar creeps up to the end of July, you know training camp is about to get here. And we got a lot to dive into as the Eagles training camp is almost here. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, it's like that time where you can say, training camp is this month. So that's how you know it's real. When the calendar turns to July, and even though training camp's a little later this year and different, it's still now within kind of arm's reach.
It is. And, one of the things that has been interesting that we've been kind of tracking, we talked about a little earlier in the show, ESPN.com did a whole thing where they've been asking over 50 executives and scouts and players to kind of get their input on the different talent at each position. And this weekend, they did the interior offensive line and they did the offensive tackles. And I was wondering when we were starting this, because they've done the corners, Darius Slay was number 9. So still pretty well respected around the league. Darius Slay is the 9th ranked corner entering this season. They also had Fletcher Cox as the number 5 ranked defensive tackle. And the interesting part about all that, Moshe, is on the defensive side of the ball, inside the division, those are 2 of the highest ranked players in the entire division. It seems that defense is going to be – now, Chase Young was number 7 at defensive end, but they didn't have another guy on their defense ranked in the top 10. Philadelphia was the only one that had 2 ranked in the top 10. And then, I'll let you comment on that first. Darius Slay, number 9. So I think a lot of people thought he had a down year last year. His peers obviously did not.
I was just about to joke with you because I think last time I was on with you, we were talking about Darius Slay's PFF ranking being somewhere in the 50. Didn't you tell me Steven Nelson was ranked higher than Darius Slay on PFF?
Yep.
So who do you believe? I mean, I like PFF a lot for certain metrics and standards, but then sometimes they come out with stuff that, to me, I don't know where they got it from. So I don't think Darius Slay had a bad year last year. I think he struggled against certain types of receivers, Metcalf, Adams, Claypool, who are taller, more physical. And on many of those plays, he was there, just didn't make the play. Claypool got him pretty badly a couple of times, and he had forced a holding on him. But I think Slay is a good cornerback. I don't think I saw anything last year that made me think he's in such decline that going into this year that you're worried about his spot along with the spot opposite him.
Well, this is what the scouts said, all right? One NFC coach said when he's high motor, he's dangerous. When something goes wrong or if he's in a funk, he can be a liability. So would you look at it in that, things are going well and therefore I don't care? Like, I don't know that it was lack of effort.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you could look at the Seattle game last year and the Green Bay game last year and say things were not going well for both of those, both him and for the defense and for the team altogether. And certainly he was targeted a lot because he wound up being matched up in man coverage against, 2 of the better, not just receivers, but guys who are high volume pass catchers in Adams and Metcalf. And so if things aren't going well and you're struggling, I don't think that he became a victim of falling into a lapse of we're struggling. I think he was just picked on by a really good quarterback and a really good wide receiver combination that felt it could match up well that day.
The other quote that came from a AFC scout said, Philly didn't exactly help him last year. They put him on an island and he probably didn't have enough support. I think we can agree that they weren't good enough, but one of those things like Nnamdi Asomugha was great in Oakland. No one ever threw at him. What support was he not getting? Why didn't they use him well enough? And do we anticipate that this coaching staff will look at his strengths and utilize them? Did Jim Schwartz not use him the right way? Because when Asomugha got here, they obviously didn't use him the right way.
Yeah, I don't know if that they didn't use him the right way because they brought him in to be a man-covered corner that they haven't had in quite a while. And I would still say overall, although those bad moments seem to overshadow the good ones, he did play well against guys who have given the Eagles problems before, like Terry McLaurin. I think I know Slayton had a good game. One of the two Giants games, Slayton did well. The other one, not as much. I mean, you can go through the list of teams the Eagles played last year and find some pretty good receivers he was matched up against who did not have a field day. I just feel like the three guys I mentioned, Claypool, Devontae Adams, and Metcalf, really got him. And the whole season sucked in general. So it's easy to just throw him into the pot and say this guy's not that good anymore. But I still think he's very competitive. He's got a lot of pride. I do think he goes out there and he fights hard. And as you just mentioned, Mike, the expectation with this new defense is that you're going to see more cover two looks, not completely cover two. It's not going to be the Indianapolis Colts, Tampa 2 Matt Eberflus defense, but you will see more protection for the cornerbacks with that safety play and just different disguises, different things to try to make a quarterback confused. That's another thing about not helping Darius Slay last year. It might not just be with personnel, but it might have been your scheme, a predictable scheme where the quarterback knew where he could go with the ball right from the snap.
Jeff Mosher, Football at 4. Let's go to Fletcher Cox. He was the number 5 defensive tackle, and an NFC scout said a little bit on the descent, but you know where he is at all times. He still tops on the scouting report when you prepare for Phillies defense. There was a time not too long ago when he was number 2 among interior D linemen, and you wouldn't look back. So I guess the question I have is, he's still topped on the scouting report when you prepare for Phillies defense. Is that a good thing, that he's still their top player?
That's a great question. I'm curious before I answer more, because you said Washington's only top 10 player was Chase Young. Where does correct?
He was the number 7 edge rusher.
7 edge rusher. For interior tackles, then, where do they have Payne and where do they have Allen, the two tackles for Washington?
I will I'm see, look how fast I got that up here. All right, so I could give it to you real fast. 1 was Donald, 2 was Chris Jones, 3 DeForest Buckner, 4 Cam Hayward, 5 Fletcher Cox, 6 Jeffrey Simmons, 7 Leonard Williams from the Giants, 8 Stephen Tuitt, Pittsburgh, 9 Vita Vea, Tampa Bay, number 10 Grady Jarrett, Atlanta. Washington had Jonathan Allen listed as a other honorable mention.
Well, I disagree a little bit with these rankings. First of all, I think Grady Jarrett is better than the 10th ranking that he said. I think those 2 Washington tackles are really good. I think Payne, especially when healthy, is exceptionally good. And I guess sometimes you asked if it's a good thing that Fletcher Cox is still the best Eagles defensive lineman, given that he's older and not what he used to be. The thing about that ranking, Mike, is that it's kind of, to me, that seems to be a ranking based more on collective career than just last year, because there are some guys who had, like Jeffrey Simmons was incredible last year, I thought. So he had a really good year. And then there were a couple of names you mentioned that I thought, that guy didn't, like Fletcher Cox, maybe who didn't belong up there. So it'll be interesting to see after this year if this gets regrouped and where the names go. I don't think it's necessarily a forecast type of ranking. I think it's more of a what you've done collectively type of ranking, and Fletcher Cox does remain, up there with some of the best.
Yes, and the other comment from a NFC executive added that he's still a problem to me. He was on a bad defense. How much of this is like Slay and Fletcher Cox, that their talents were somewhat suppressed by the fact that they didn't have a lot of talent around them? Although, the Eagles' defensive line, Brandon Graham, Hargrave, they're pretty good players.
Weren't the Eagles one of the better sack teams last year? If I go back,
they were 1 or 2.
Yeah, so that goes to show you, and I've been trying to say this in many different ways, that you can get a lot of sacks and be a good tenacious defense like that. It doesn't mean you're going to be a great defense. Ordinarily, they go hand in hand. But with last year and the year before, we've talked about this with Jim Schwartz's scheme, it was always a sack-heavy type of defense. But by the same token, it seemed like when you matched up against some really good, smart quarterbacks, of which there are many in this league, they kind of knew it's a front four rush. It's a front four rush. There are certain pockets of this defense that I can pick apart and know that I can get to it before the rush gets to me, before the ball is even snapped. This year's defense is expected to look a lot different.
Yep.
Supposed to confuse the quarterback a little bit more. we will see if that actually happens. I still think that personnel wins in the NFL. I think most people do. Scheme helps. Personnel wins. And when you look at the Eagles from the linebacker to the safety level, the personnel doesn't measure up compared to the other guys. Oh, Leonard Williams, by the way, you didn't. That's the one. That's why I said this must not be a list based on last year, because honestly, Leonard Williams had a better year last year than Fletcher Cox. I don't think that's even an argument.
He was number 7 on the list, by the way.
He was number what?
7.
7, yeah. So he was ranked below Fletcher. That's why I say it's more of a collective ranking than it is maybe more recent.
Yeah, in fact, well, it's funny too, because they asked like 50 guys or so, and Williams' highest ranking of those 50 surveyors was number 4, and Fletcher Cox was number 3. His lowest ranking was number 12, and I guess he averaged out to be number 5. So you asked all 50 people, and he still had a higher ranking. Now, Williams, a Pro Bowl defensive player. So it was scouts, players, executive, coaches, says he doesn't know what he can be yet. Added an NFC scout. That combination of size and athleticism is just rare. An NFC scout also went on to say talented. He just doesn't put it together consistently. And so it sounds like consistency might be an issue for Williams.
Well, and that's fair. I mean, not last year, but certainly leading up to last year, consistency was an issue. But now that we mention all these guys, the NFC East may suck at a lot of things, but I would say find me a better division with better group of interior defensive tackles than the NFC East.
I will say on the defensive side of the ball, Dallas had almost no entries in any form, not honorable mention anywhere. The one spot now, I will say, obviously Philadelphia did not have a off-ball linebacker. They also had no safety that was mentioned, and really the whole division was devoid of mentions in the top 10. There were some honorable mentions at some of those spots. But where I want to go to now is over to the offensive side of the ball. Over the weekend, Jeff, they did offensive tackles. And I was wondering whether Lane Johnson was going to fall on this list. In the top 10, he was just outside. He did get an honorable mention, though, as still one of the best tackles in football. And a lot of these evaluators suggest they think he's going to come back. He's one of the most athletic offensive tackles in football, and that he should bounce back from this injury.
That's kind of an out of sight, out of mind type of ranking. He, missed almost all of last year, so now he's not in the top 10. But when has Lane Johnson, when healthy and on the field, not played like a top 5 right tackle in the league? So the fact that he's not even in the top 10 just goes to show you that, it's a ranking put together by experts, sure, but they have the same kind of human nature biases and tendencies as we all do. It's like Hall of Fame voting. Everybody says, oh, the writers are this, the writers are that. The human beings are the same. We're all the same. We all have innate biases and tendencies, and we all tend to gravitate toward what just happened yesterday as opposed to like the collective career,
Yeah. Well, we know that he was hurt last year, and what was mentioned by an AFC executive is that he is still one of the most athletically gifted tackles in football. I expect him to bounce back from injury. And we've talked a lot about this offensive line. The Eagles had 3 linemen get mentioned. The other 2, Brandon Brooks, who did not play a snap last year, and an AFC exec said should be high on the list. I think he's just easily forgotten about because of the injuries. So it sounds like people expect him to jump right back in at right guard and be one of the best players at that position.
I'm not surprised that people expect that, especially when the guy's been putting out videos of himself and he looks like an Adonis.
What is he, Ben Simmons now?
Yeah, Ben Simmons, except an elite at his position. So I think it's fair to expect that he's going to be. I mean, look, anything can happen. I've talked to a few people around the league about this. Just how when do you give a player the benefit of the doubt because he's done it before, and when do you say, well, this is now 2 injuries similarly, and that you just don't continue to bounce back and be who you are, no matter how hard you try. So there are some people in between. It is kind of a guessing game, but I do think given his history, you give him at least the benefit of the doubt to start off with, that he's going to be, if not great, at least very good.
Yeah, and then obviously the third guy on that list, I was a little surprised that Jason Kelce got honorable mention. This is all interior linemen. It's not just centers. This includes guards as well. And yet, Jason Kelce still well respected. It does say still love the player, but he's approaching the end. That's from an AFC scout. But it kind of shows that he's still one of the better guys. And you might have those 3 guys playing next to each other, and you wonder what that does for the offense.
No, it should do a lot. I mean, if these guys stay healthy, the one thing you can say is if they stay healthy, they should have no issues, and that that should just mean that we get a really good indicator or barometer of how good the quarterback is going to be, because he shouldn't be under duress every single snap. He shouldn't be running for his life all the time unless that's something he forces upon himself. He should have enough protection, enough times to make the plays that the coaching staff wants him to make. And I also would be pretty happy if I'm Miles Sanders, because he had a pretty good year last year, in my estimation. I know a lot of people were upset with it, but I took a deep dive into the tape and the numbers. I've talked with Greg Cosell. He mentioned it too. He ran hard. He had some explosive play. He had 4 or 5 runs of over 40 or 50 yards. Now imagine that with your real offensive line in front of you all the time. I think that he stands to benefit, considerably.
Yeah.
With a
now let me ask you, because they're doing running backs tomorrow. Do you think he will be? I don't think he'll be in the top 10. Do you think he'll get an honorable mention?
No, I don't think so. He just doesn't have the. Go look at his numbers against some of the better defenses last year that the Eagles played. They're really good. And people will say, yeah, but that's because he had these one long runs. Well, they count. They matter.
Yeah. I mean, look,
those are important.
Just from I had him as a running back on my fantasy team, and he was like the master of these 85+ yard runs. He had like 3 or 4 of them. Obviously, just not consistent. And I think we can both agree. I don't love the way that Peterson used him.
Yeah, I don't. And listen, I think you can just take the whole offense as a whole last year and say part of there's responsibility on the player, there's a responsibility from the coaching staff, and then the injuries and the dysfunction and the quarterback play made it bad for everybody. For example, Miles Sanders caught passes 2 years ago as a rookie that nobody knew he could do because he didn't do it at Penn State. He showed really good hands. Last year, he dropped some balls that were some a little bit low, but I mean, he should have caught them. There were also ones that he couldn't have caught that I felt like he got blamed for. But I feel like he got sucked into the just dysfunction of the offense last year.
I agree with that. A couple other things. They're not going to have a wide receiver. We know but I'm interested to see if Goddard and Ertz both make the top 10 or both make, the list in general, whether they get honorable mention or not.
I'm interested to see that too. It'll kind of give you an idea of what the league thinks of Zach Ertz. Goddard, I would expect. That's a good one. There's a lot of good tight ends out there, and I don't think he's going to crack the top 5 based on his resume, and probably not the top 7. I'd have to go through my head right now who I think the last 5 of the top 10 tight ends are, and see where Goddard fits into that. Well, I don't think Ertz will make it.
That list is coming out on Thursday, so we'll take a look at that. And then, of course, the quarterbacks came out today, and obviously, Jalen Hurts did not make that list as the top 10. It was Mahomes, Rodgers, Brady, Russell Wilson, Josh Allen, Matt Stafford, Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, Kyler Murray, number 10, and then receiving votes was Matt Ryan, Derek Carr, Ben Roethlisberger, Ryan Tannehill, a lot of different guys. But Carson Wentz did make the honorable mention list, Jeff Mosher. He says, quote, the culture in Indy with Chris Ballard, Frank Reich, completely different vibe there compared to Philly. Don't care about how well you play week to week. They are feeding the consistency. Good line and running game will be absolutely perfect for Carson. That's from a veteran offensive player who said that. So people around the league still think that there's something to be gotten from him.
Yeah, and my thought from the beginning has been if they're trying to rebuild Carson Wentz and he's not a finished product by week 1, that's okay because they have such an excellent running game and offensive line that they could kind of probably, as long as Carson doesn't make terrible mistakes, which he's been prone to do sometimes, but if they can just kind of manage him and have him, play smart third down situational football while they kind of rebuild him, they'll be in good shape because there's more than one way to skin a cat for that team. They've got other weapons.
Hey, don't forget, by the way, tomorrow, Andrew DeCecco, Football at 4, will continue our division previews, which have been going great. We're going to do NFC this week. He'll be on the West and the South this week on Tuesday and Friday, and then we'll finish up with the North and the East next week with Andrew. But one thing that we talked about with Adam on Thursdays, and he brought up the conversation with Greg Cosell, who mentioned Fulgham. He said he's a big kid, runs well. I thought he showed good cutting ability. So he was saying that can't comment on what happened off the field, practice habits, yada, yada. But what I saw, my question for you, Moshe, is what if Fulgham is the player that you got for 4 games? What if that's the guy production-wise you're getting? Like, what does that mean for this offense to have that Travis Fulgham, Devonta Smith, Rieger, Goddard, Sanders, this offensive line? Like, is that something that is not being considered because of the way, he had 26 targets over 4 weeks. He had 9 the rest of the year.
I know it's last year should be like put in some kind of time capsule where we all get to go back to it in 10, 15, 20 years and think about all the crazy and odd things that happened. And that would certainly be one of them. That almost kind of became an afterthought by the end of the year. Look, what it would do for the offense is give it a diversity that right now I think it lacks at the receiving core. I think, Devonta Smith, I expect him to be a good player. Jalen Reagor, I expect him to be what they wanted, a fast, explosive, run after the catch type player. But neither of those guys, nor any of the others, kind of that tall, more physical, contested catch. I would say Devonta Smith was a good contested catch in receiver. In college, despite his frame. But Fulgham gives you the better combination of anybody on the receiving core of size, speed, catch radius, contested catchability. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be the best receiver of them all, but what I'm saying is Jalen Hurts may need a few times where he just throws the ball up. It's kind of like Carson did to Travis Fulgham on his big play against San Francisco, or the coming out play for Travis Fulgham, where you got to throw the ball up and hope your receiver makes a play. And to me, the guy who has that kind of ability, right, more so than any of them is Travis Fulgham.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what kind of production they get from Travis Fulgham this year. I was just talking about this. Like, what if he actually is the player we saw in that 4 weeks? What if he produces like that type of guy? And then you have Smith, and I'm very intrigued by what Rieger might bring to the table. And then we talked about Goddard. We still don't have any idea what will happen with Zach Ertz, but that offensive line, we've been kind of harping on that all offseason long. This is going to be interesting. The training camp for the Philadelphia Eagles, not this Tuesday, not next Tuesday. The following Tuesday is when Eagles camp begins, and we will, of course, will be all over it for Football at 4, the Inside the Birds podcast. What do you guys got coming up the rest of this week? I know today you had a good one drop with a lot of the training camp battles. You've got a great week on all your platforms, but people got to start getting back in that routine every day now.
I know. We did a whole podcast dedicated to Ranger Suarez. No, I'm just kidding. We did our on Monday today. What dropped was our offensive training camp battle. It's a 2-part podcast series. We did offensive battles in this latest one, which of course is left tackle, number 2 running back, backup tight end, fourth and fifth receiver, and then on Thursday morning, our podcast next one will focus on the defensive battles at training camp, specifically at linebacker, third D tackle, third pass rusher, things like that. Second corner right now, which is going to be a major competition unless they upgrade it.
All right, that's over at the Inside the Birds platform. And, of course, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Jeff will be back on Wednesday, Adam on Thursday, and Andrew will be here on Tuesday and Friday. We'll continue the division previews with him. He's been doing a great job. A lot of depth on all these teams. We've given you a little insight on every team inside each division leading up to the NFC East, and then we will kick off Eagles training camp on the 27th. All right, Moshe, we look forward to training camp and all the coverage this year. And, of course, he, like all guests here on the Sports Bash, brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. Matt Blatt, 6211 Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. All right, Moshe, have a good one, bud.
All right, take care.
All right, there's Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, we got plenty more to do, including, do you remember, on this day, July the 12th. Yes, it's the Home Run Derby tonight, the All-Star Game tomorrow. Do you remember events, though, that happened today? Could these events tonight be memorable enough to be included on a future edition of Do You Remember? Well, find out here on the Sports Bash, which is brought to you this hour by Prop Swap, Prop Swappers, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com and download the PropSwap app today. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Do You Remember is coming up next. we keep talking about how their names, like you couldn't pick a better award name than the Cy Young Award for the best pitcher.
It's amazing that it happened that way.
Yeah, 1927, Babe Ruth, halfway to his major league record, 60 home runs, hits his 30th of the season on this day in 1927. He would hit 60 that season. That's another Babe Ruth. July 12th was a big day for him.
Big mention day for Babe Ruth.
Big time, yes. 1949 was the 16th All-Star game. The American League beats the National League 11-7 at Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. I go back to 1949 because you're going back. That was the 16th All-Star game back then. So we have so much with this All-Star game tonight. You're going all the way back to then about now there was years they were talking about in 71 where the American League won the game. And it was the first time they had won either the American League or the National League, but they had not, like, they were actually like, had won for like 10 or 11 straight years. You had the 22nd All-Star game. The National League won 6-5 at County Stadium in Milwaukee.
That stadium ain't there anymore.
Nope. Remember the Packers used to play a couple games, at like 1 or 2 games a year there.
Yep.
The
trying to
37th
draw the Milwaukee fans into the Green Bay.
The 37th All-Star game, 2-1 in 10 innings. In 1966. Also, Brooks Robinson in 66 was the All-Star Game MVP. Some great names that we're throwing out here today. Oh, do you remember?
Absolutely.
This week's the British Open, 1970. Jack Nicholas, wins the British at St. Andrews. So we'll talk about that probably tomorrow or Wednesday with Cam Rogers as the British is this weekend. We talk about what else? The 1987, this is a good one for you guys out there. Phillies pitcher Kent DeColvey pitches his 900th game in relief.
Wow.
Remember Teak?
That's a name for the past.
Yes, it is. In 1988, the 59th All-Star game, the American League wins 2-1 at Riverfront Stadium. That All-Star game MVP, A's catcher Terry Steinbach. Remember him?
Oh, my goodness.
Jeez.
I do remember Terry Steinbach. He was one of those guys, if you played triple play baseball, he was way better in the video game than he was in real life.
Interesting.
I remember that
He's
distinctly.
the All-Star game MVP.
But, I mean, in the game, like, you could smash a ton of home runs with him for some reason. I don't know why.
On this day in 96, Kirby Puckett retires due to loss of vision in one eye. Kirby Puckett, by the way, Chase Petty is now a member of the Minnesota Twins. How about that? He was drafted number 26 overall by the Twins.
A little synergy there.
Yep. Kirby Puckett, one of the, I would imagine, is still the best Twin of all time.
Oh, definitely. It's. I know people try to say it's Joe Mauer, but
No way.
Puckett's a Hall of Famer. Puckett he had a phenomenal career.
On this day in 1996, Michael Jordan signs with the Bulls. 1 year, $30 million.
Good deal.
You can get it. Now, this is 96, so this is when he comes back. Is this like 96? So did he play one more year with the Bulls?
He played,
and then he went.
Yeah, one more, yeah. What happened is he was in a situation where when he came back after the first retirement, he basically started playing under his old contract. They froze his contract. So when that season was a couple of years were done, left on the end of his contract, he was actually able to be a free agent. And Chicago was worried that he was going to leave. So they said, well, we got to offer him. How much can we offer him to keep him? So they said, and Jordan started doing this thing where he's like, I'll play for 1 year at a time. 1 year contract until he was done in Chicago.
By the way, Novak Djokovic won Wimbledon over the weekend.
The 20th major.
It was also on this day that he defended his title for the third Wimbledon crown. He beat Roger Federer on this day in 2015.
Yeah, people are trying to ask if Djokovic now is the greatest tennis player of all time. And I think it's a strange conversation because someone brought up a great point over the weekend. I forget who it was, but you could have a lot of majors in tennis, but nobody actually thinks you're the best. You know, how do you really measure who the best is? You know, because some of those majors, like Nadal, most of his majors are just the French Open. Like, so he has 20.
Almost all of them.
He has 20. Nadal has 20 majors. I think it's like 13 or 14 of them are all one tournament.
Yeah, a couple other All-Star games real quick. 2005, AL 7-5 at Comerica Park. 2011, the National League wins 5-1 at Chase Field. And the All-Star game is tomorrow night right here on 97.3 ESPN. The Derby's tonight, Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad. Going to talk a little Phils at the midway point, and that's coming up next.
New Jersey, this is not a test. If you're looking for a deal on a new vehicle, get to Matt Blatt Nissan and get $2,500 off on every new 2021 Nissan Murano SUV in stock.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Yes, get $2,500 off every new 2021 Nissan Murano in stock. Drive it today with 0 down and
All right, everybody, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phil's at the All-Star break. Well, here they are. And about a week ago, Bob Wankel, I had said, can the Phillies get to the All-Star break at exactly 500 and then kind of wipe the slate clean and maybe change the perception of this team? So 44 and 44, they take 2 out of 3 in Boston. And, hey, here they are, 44 and 44. So I ask you, the Phillies at the midway point are
staying alive, treading water. You know what? They're in it, Mike. They're a flawed team. We've spent the last 3 months talking about those flaws, but the fact of the matter is they go into this break winning 7 out of 10, 5-2 road trip. They took advantage of a struggling Cubs team and then came back and won an impressive series in Boston against one of the best teams in baseball. They're in it.
They're in it 3.5 games back of the New York Mets. And obviously, yesterday was a wild day. They needed to do a bullpen game. They figured out a way. Ranger Suarez, though, came in. So I'll ask you, Bob, to start things off here. Is Ranger Suarez enter the second half as the closer and the back-end guy for this team?
Yeah, and he certainly doesn't fit the traditional closer mold by any stretch of the imagination, but you look at how much trouble they've had closing out games this season, and to have someone that's come in and been productive in that spot with some flexibility, right? Like, you don't just need to go to him for the ninth. You can get a 2-inning save out of the guy if need be. And considering where this bullpen's at and as much as it's struggled, they may need multi-inning saves on most nights. So, on some nights. So it's certainly a little bit unorthodox. I don't think it's really how the Phillies want it to be, but given where they're at right now, absent any trade deadline acquisitions, Ranger Suarez has got to be the guy.
Well, all right, so Suarez got to be the guy. I would agree. At least he should be giving the chance. Do you see this bullpen as constructed, though? going to allow them to stay in this, or is it definitive if they do something, it has to be in that area?
Yeah, I mean, if this team's going to add at the trade deadline, which I expect that it will at this point, I mean, they sort of weathered the storm here over the last week or two. You know, this was the stretch that really could have sunk them, considering how poorly they play on the road, but they were able to kind of stabilize here. And I'm not telling you that they're about to rip off a run to the NL East crown or anything like that, but I think that they've certainly made themselves or have positioned themselves to be buyers. I mean, they play 12 of 14 games against the NL East at home out of the break. And when you consider now that Ronald Acuña's out for the year, you consider that the Nationals are really struggling after a hot surge for 3 weeks. The Marlins are the Marlins. I mean, the Phillies have an opportunity to make some noise and become buyers leading up to July 30th. And if they do that, the number 1, 2, and 3 moves for this team have to be adding to the bullpen.
Well, that would be interesting. 1, 2, and 3, adding 3 new bullpen arms to the back end of the pen. Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad, you wrote, come on, the Phillies aren't selling at the deadline. So do you think that we are in this mode entering the second half? Like or does it matter how it kind of plays out of the gates?
Yeah, I think it matters how it plays out of the gates to an extent. Like if the Phillies have 14 games remaining before the trade deadline and they wait until July 30th, which I expect that they will probably let this thing play out as long as they possibly can. I don't expect the deal on July 20th. I think you'll see it closer to the 30th. Yeah, I mean, I think that they're in a position where they will add. I don't think that they're going to go out and do a blockbuster deal. I'd be surprised if you saw someone like Craig Kimbrell come here. You know, where I don't think, and when you have to assess this, are the Phillies a championship level team? No. I think you could definitively say that. They have some holes in the minor league system too, right? So people are saying like, yeah, you got to go out and trade Andrew McCutchen, trade Gene Segura. You got to restock the farm system. Fact of the matter is, trading a guy like Andrew McCutchen as productive as he's been, trading Gene Segura as productive as he's been, those aren't going to be system altering moves. So I don't expect the Phillies to part ways with those guys. I think that they'll win enough games here out of the break, and I just don't think this division's going to run away from them. So I think they'll be buyers. I think they'll add on a mid-level basis to the bullpen.
Yeah, I want to ask you, Bob, because people have texted in like they need to sell, and I'm like, they can sell, but selling doesn't mean the selling is only to get guys out. It's not to restock or help, because the guys they have to quote-unquote sell, they're not really desirable in terms of, yeah, I want to give you something. Like, I'll take them off your hands, but I'm not giving you anything of value to get Gene Segura, as well as the season he's having. DD, McCutchen, you're not getting a guy that's going to restock your farm system. You're just essentially clearing guys out of here. So is that really selling?
Yeah, you're saving a little bit of money, and you're probably going to get back a mid-tier prospect. And, I mean, the Phillies aren't above needing these mid-tier prospects. I mean, they don't have a lot of them either. But I think when this organization kind of looks at the minor league system, it's not going to be just one move that ultimately reloads or restocks a farm system. But for me, like, in order to punt on this season as close as they are right now, just 3.5 games out, with some of the veterans that they have on this roster, any deal that I do that's a sell move has to be system altering. The type of deal that gives you 3 guys that you can look to a year or two out and say, these are core pieces. And Andrew McCutchen and Gene Segura just simply aren't going to net that type of return. That's why they're not going to make that deal.
Do you look at this as a similar time to when Ruben Amaro had to get rid of Rollins and Utley and that group of guys, and he was just like, hey, it seemed like every trade he made was just give me a pitcher back in return. You know what I mean? Or is this a little different?
I think it's a little bit different. I think the Phillies are closer to a postseason spot at this point. You know, like I keep saying this, but the door is open, and to kind of illustrate that point, if you look at Fangraphs projections from July 1st to today, the Phillies have more than doubled their postseason chances in the last 12 days. You look at Baseball Reference right now; they have an entirely separate formula. Right now, today, down 3.5 games in the National League East, Baseball Reference has the Phillies with the highest probability of winning the NL East right now. So, I mean, this is not a team that needs a prayer to make the postseason. It's a winnable division with a bunch of flawed teams. And if the Phillies can kind of clean up a couple of issues, especially in that bullpen, they stay healthy in that lineup. Listen, Mike, we've talked now for this entire season. You know where I'm at on this team. I don't think all that highly of it, but they're there. And I just don't think with an opportunity to avert a 10-year postseason drought that this ownership group is going to punt on the opportunity to do that.
Can they stay there? I hate to sit here and say, let's bang on Vince Velasquez more, but how much more can they continue to say we're going to keep trotting him out there? I mean, I know they don't have a lot of options. I get that. The whole, hey, if you want him out, someone's got to take his place. But at how much more can you, before it's deflating to everybody else that he just isn't getting the job done?
Yeah, well, one thing they're going to have to do for sure, even if they leave him in the rotation, is they have to split up both him and Matt Moore. I mean, there's just no way that you can pitch Vince Velasquez and Matt Moore on back-to-back days when these guys are going to give you or have the potential to give you 3 or 4 innings in a start. I mean, it just isn't going to work for you. It's going to kill your bullpen. That being said, to answer your question, I mean, I think they pretty obviously have to make some type of change in the starting rotation.
Do they not think, though, the way that, do they say you guys are nuts? Like, this guy, the whole selling point of Velasquez, Bob, was he had this great arm. He doesn't even throw all that hard at it. Like 93, 94 is a dime a dozen. He used to be, hey, this guy had this electric arm. He doesn't even have that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Phillies know that. Dave Dombrowski, remember, isn't the person that re-signed Vince Velasquez to come back. And, we talked about the possibility of maybe just trading him as a change of scenery piece before the season started. And you know what? I mean, Vince Velasquez wasn't in the rotation plans. That was before Spencer Howard didn't develop or had his struggles. That was before Matt Moore struggled early on. That was before Chase Anderson struggled early on. So, I mean, there have been 3 or 4 other solutions to this starting rotation issue before Vince Velasquez. This was not the plan. He's been thrust back into this role, and he's reverting back to what he's been now for the last 5-6 years. They have to do something in the back end of the start of the starting rotation. You'll hear Cole Hamels' name come up here a little bit. In the coming days, he's going to do a showcase workout for teams. I don't know. I kind of am over the reunion element. I think that that's a reunion you don't need to have, but they will have to do something here in the next 2-3 weeks to the back end of that starting rotation. You can't go Moore and Velasquez.
Bob Wanko, Crossing Broad, covers the Phillies at the midway point, 44-44. They're in this thing, whether we like this team or not. What is something they've won, 3 out of 4 against the Cubs, 2 out of 3 against Boston, 2 out of 3 against the Padres. They have been playing better baseball. Why? What has happened in the last 2 weeks that has kind of put them in this position?
I think you're seeing the lineup get healthier, has some depth to it, and when this lineup's at full strength and it's clicking and they have multiple guys clicking together, you see what it's capable of. It's a good lineup. I mean, in this 7-game road trip, they scored 8.7 runs per game. They took advantage of a bad Cubs team. Then they go up to Boston. They did a really nice job. I mean, they swung the bats pretty well both Saturday and Sunday. And they
on Wentz. I hope he bounces back and has a solid year and it turns into this interesting conversation. We'll see. Wentz obviously I was a Wentz fan. I thought he was awful last year. I couldn't believe how many weeks I had to come in here and say how bad he was, and that if you simply had decent quarterback play, how different things would have been.
I agree 100%.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. We got coming up Jeff Kerr on the other side. And Jeff, we're going to talk about that Aaron Rodgers news, plus 4 overrated teams and 1 underrated player on each NFC East team. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. He'll be covering the Eagles this season for 97.3 ESPN.com. Jeff will be a part of our team. We'll talk to Jeff throughout the football season. And then coming up later on this hour, Conor McGregor, is he done after UFC 264 with that broken leg, which he had surgery on today, successful? Will we ever see McGregor headline a card again? That's coming up in about 20 minutes from now. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
My stomach.
Don't worry, I've got you covered.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
What's that?
It's Pepto-Bismol Chews.
Pepto-Bismol's in a chew?
Yeah, they taste great and provide fast relief. And you can always have Pepto-Bismol handy.
Ooh, let me try it.
Try Pepto-Bismol Chews for fast relief.
Nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
O'Reilly. This is Claudia's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
I had just moved to a new city and barely even knew where the grocery store was yet. When my car wouldn't start one morning, I didn't know who to ask about local shops. But I remembered a name from back home, O'Reilly Auto Parts. I called and they pointed me to a great mechanic just down the street. Now I feel a little more at home.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
ESPN, of course, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, and he'll be covering the Eagles this season for 97.3 ESPN.com as we are almost at training camp, just a couple of weeks away, almost 2 weeks away now, 3 weeks or so, the 27th. The Eagles will get going. We got plenty of NFL stuff to dive into today. Jeff Kerr, my friend, what's going on this Monday edition?
Hey, Mike, going pretty well, I guess. I mean, 15 days away. I think it's, 10 days for a couple teams here, but honestly, once the calendar hits July, I'm ready for football.
We're ready to go. Hey, I want to touch on something real quick. The Broncos made a deal to get Teddy Bridgewater. We still don't know what's going to happen with that quarterback battle between Bridgewater and Locke. But Von Miller suggests there might be a third quarterback that could enter that mix out there. What do you think?
Yeah, it seems like Von Miller's advocating for Aaron Rodgers and believes John Elway can get the deal done. And he's mentioned – look what happened with Peyton Manning. He got to keep Talib in there, DeMarcus Lawrence, TJ Ward. There were a lot of players he mentioned that John Elway was able to get. So he has a firm belief that George Patton, the new GM there, and Elway's now promoted. I guess he promoted himself. I guess you want to call it the president of football operations, or whatever his new title is now. He's still involved in the day-to-day in the front office. He's just not the GM anymore. But he believes those two could get a deal for Rodgers done if Rodgers does say he wants out. Now, Rodgers has said he's going to give it 2 weeks. Me personally, I think Aaron Rodgers is going to end up staying in Green Bay, and then he'll demand this trade next year.
Yeah, that's something to keep an eye on, though, because Von Miller is a pretty well-respected guy, and we know that if Elway, who hasn't been able to really find his quarterback, the last time he got one, he had to go get Peyton Manning. He hasn't really been able to draft one. So could Elway, be the guy that pulls the trigger there? That would be interesting to make 2 quarterback trades in the same offseason, just to kind of murky the waters there in Denver. Although that wouldn't murky the waters. Rodgers would definitively be starting there. And if they did, you could possibly say that's a Super Bowl team.
You would think, right? And I know a lot of people tend to overrate or underrate Denver, depending on what side of the fence you're on here. I think the Broncos are actually a pretty good team. They're really deep at wide receiver. Their running back situation is kind of in flux right now that Philip Lindsay's gone, and Melvin Gordon, I guess you could say he's the starter. I mean, they got the rookie Williams in there. So, again, it's going to be interesting to see what Denver does. But their offensive line made significant strides last year. Their defense is going to be good. They usually are under Vic Fangio. I honestly think they can compete in the AFC West if they get Aaron Rodgers. Not that they'll beat the Chiefs, but I think they'll be a playoff team.
Now, your compadre over at CBS Sports, Tyler Sullivan, he feels that Denver is one of the most overrated teams going into this season, and a lot of it has to do with the Aaron Rodgers rumors. They have plus 2,500 Super Bowl odds and over-under win total of 8.5. He thinks they're overrated.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are saying, well, Denver's going to be this. And I just said that, Denver's a playoff team if they get Aaron Rodgers. And, if you look at the Denver Broncos, Drew Lock was the worst quarterback in football last year. There was a quarterback worse than Carson Wentz. It was Drew Lock. And, I actually really liked Drew Lock after the 2019 season. I thought he did a lot in December of that year to warrant the starting quarterback job. But then by week 8, week 9, I'm like, yeah. And I know he got hurt, but I'm like, you know what? Maybe this guy ain't it. This guy isn't the answer. And they just didn't have anybody. They didn't have a backup to compete with him. They kind of just gave Drew lots of job, and that's it. Now you got at least someone who's won games in the NFL, Teddy Bridgewater, to compete with him. And I think they brought in Teddy Bridgewater to be the starting quarterback of this football team. Now, if he can't beat out Drew Lock for this job, that's going to be a problem in Denver, because I don't see Drew Lock necessarily getting any better, and he's got enough talent where he should be better than what he is.
Jeff, a couple other teams that were listed here by Tyler at CBS Sports as overrated teams. San Francisco, I don't know that I agree with that. I like San Francisco. They had so many injuries last year. I think that team has a big bounce back. Do you agree that they're overrated? Super Bowl odds plus 1,400, over-under win total 10.
So this is my thought on the 49ers, and I'm doing my quarterback head coach duo rankings as we speak right now. And I got Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan in the top 10, and everybody goes, well, how can you say that when Garoppolo's competing for his job? Well, him and Shanahan are 22-8 together. And when they played a full season together, look what happened. They won the NFC West. They went to Super Bowl 54, and they probably should have won Super Bowl 54. They had a 10-point lead in that game. And Jimmy Garoppolo, who's a really good fourth-quarter quarterback, that entire season just decided to go 3 for 11 and missed the next post. So, again, it's just one of those things. Like, I feel if Garoppolo's healthy, that defense is healthy, the 49ers are going to be pretty good. Maybe he's calling them overrated because they're in a division with the Rams, with the Seahawks, with the Cardinals, and, they could go 8-9 and this could all fall apart. But, I can see where the Kyle Shanahan thing is overrated because he is 35-45 as a head coach. But with Jimmy Garoppolo, they seem to be a decent team no matter what. And if he has that elite defense back, the 49ers were just hammered with injuries last year. I don't know how they went 6-10. So kudos to them. I actually think they're going to be a lot better this year.
Yeah, I like that team too. A couple other teams he mentioned. New England, they seem to be a trendy bounce back here. Plus 3,000 Super Bowl odds. You just said they're overrated. Over under win total 9. They had a lot of opt-outs last year. Those players are back. They added Hunter Henry. So you think they're overrated?
I think so. And I hope Matt Jones starts the year for them. I just don't think they can go into another year of Cam Newton. He did not show anything in the passing game last year. He ran for more touchdowns than he threw. He just looked terrible. And Cam Newton can blame shoulder injuries, ankle injuries, all he wants. the bottom line was he just was not a good quarterback, and the Patriots just did not have enough weapons to surround him. Now, this year is going to be different, obviously. I don't think they upgraded enough at receiver, but I think they improved the position, if you will. I mean, Nelson Aguilar is a significant upgrade from whatever they had last year. Jacoby Myers was on and off for that team, but maybe in a reduced role, he's better, or maybe the Patriots will develop him. I do like the tight end situation. They were able to get Hunter Henry. Again, he's hurt a lot, but that's still a big signing for them. And, they just made tons of moves across the board. I like Kyle Van Noy coming back on that defense. I think that's a good signing for them. And Patriots spent a lot of money, but as Tyler pointed out, how many times do you spend the most money in free agency and actually equates to winning football games? We know that in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I know that a lot of people look at that team and think, hey, second year with Belichick and Newton together, they'll figure out. I don't know. I kind of feel the same way you do. I don't know that I love New England bouncing back here. What about the Rams? They list them as overrated as well. Plus 1,400 Super Bowl odds. Over-under win total 10.5. They went out and got Matthew Stafford, who many people feel is a huge upgrade over Jared Goff.
I am not the biggest Sean McVay fan in the world. In fact, I have said multiple times I think he, as a coach, is overrated. But I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here because I think Jared Goff significantly regressed after the 2018 season. It seemed to be that Bears game in 2019 when the wheels kind of fell off the wagon for Jared Goff, and or maybe it was 2018 when he wasn't that quarterback we all thought he was. And I think Sean McVay started noticing that too over the past couple of years. And now that he's got Matthew Stafford, I think has been underrated quarterback for a number of years in Detroit. I think that's what's going to propel the Rams. I really like their wide receiver situation. Obviously bringing in Deshaun Jackson is going to help that young team. They got Van Jefferson. They still got Cooper Kupp. They got Robert Woods. And I mean, all these guys are going to be together at least one more year because Woods is a free agent after this year, I believe. And then you got the running back situation. Cam Akers has taken over, but Henderson, kid from Memphis. I always forget. I always think
Darnell Henderson.
That's it. That's it. Darrell Henderson. That's the kid. So, but yeah, Cam Akers, I think he's going to be a stud. What worries me about the Rams is their offensive line. They are always older. I know they got rid of Austin Blythe. They didn't like him at center. Andrew Whitworth's going to be 40 this year, but he still plays pretty decent when he's in there. He showed signs of decline last year, but again, he's 39 years old. I mean, what are you going to expect out of this guy? But their defense should be really, really good. I know they have guys like Micah Kaiser, who I think can be better. Their pass rush should be good. I think they're going to miss Michael Brockers a lot more than people think, but I still think the Rams are going to be a solid team. I don't know if they're going to be a Super Bowl contender per se, but I think that they're going to go back to the playoffs. If overrated is Super Bowl contender, yes, but there's no reason to think they shouldn't win a playoff game.
All right, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, will cover the Eagles this season for 97.3 ESPN.com. We'll have all of the training camp coverage coming up in 15 days. Let's go inside the NFC East, which we're going to do a lot during these segments over the course of the football season. The underrated player on each team inside the division. This is from your partner, Cody Benjamin, over at CBS Sports. Let's go to Dallas. He's got Connor Williams as the guy that's the underrated player that's set for a big payday here. Their offensive line has been a disappointment due to injuries and some age there, but they've got another good one there.
Yeah, what I like about Connor Williams is I think he can play all three positions. Now, I think the Cowboys are going to line him up at guard this year. So, and again, when you talk about Tyron Smith, when you talk about Zach Martin, I mean, those two are the best at their position when healthy. They've been hurt. La'el Collins, I think he's a tad overrated, but again, you have to pay him because it's hard to find good tackles in this league, and La'el Collins can be one. But Connor Williams, he's the bulk of the ball, if you will. Like, he is the guy that can run block really well, pass block really well, still on a rookie contract. I think the Cowboys got a steal with him. I think he was, a third-round pick, Mike? Does that sound right? He was a third-round pick?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. So okay, you got him at third-round value. You're going to have to pay him. I can't imagine Dallas letting him go. He's one of the young linemen they have.
Actually, he was a second-round pick.
Second-round pick. Okay, yeah. I knew he was day two.
Let's go to the New York Football Giants because this guy has given the Eagles some problems. Darius Slayton, and you wonder how he'll fit in this year with that offense, which is obviously added Kenny Golladay, Kadarius Toney. So there's more weapons out there.
I love Darius Slayton as a number 2 wide receiver. I thought he was great when, the years his rookie year. I thought he just, for a 5th round pick, he pretty much just, if I was a Giants fan, I'd be really excited about his prospects. And last year, I think it was more of Daniel Jones not being able to get him the ball downfield. But this year now you got Kenny Golladay lining up on the opposite side of him. Kenny Galladay is one of the better yards per catch receivers in the game. I think he was first in yards per catch over the last 4 years. And now you got Darius Slayton to throw the ball to deep downfield. I mean, Evan Ingram, he's not a great tight end, but he still can catch a football, And with Saquon Barkley coming back, I think Darius Slayton's in line for a big year. You still got 2 more years left on that rookie deal.
All right, over in Washington, the top underrated NFC East players on the verge of a big payday, J.D. McKissick. And I don't think people think of him because they got Gibson. Obviously, he's kind of like the top back there. And, this is a team that has been kind of devoid of offensive talent for a while, but it seems like they're starting to put some together, and J.D. McKissick's a good one.
I'll tell you what, Mike, if you're a fantasy football player and had J.D. McKissick, you know how valuable he was to Washington last year, especially in a PPR league. Again, my fantasy guru on here, but J.D. McKissick was a great third down back for them. Him and Antonio Gibson was an awesome pair. Personally, I think Gibson's going to be in line for a big payday, but he's only in year 2. So you got to give J.D. McKissick a lot of props there. He's been a great under the radar back for them. Taylor Heineke used him a lot in that playoff game last year. Even if McKissick wasn't getting his catches, they still were looking his way. That's how valuable he was. I know he was a great check down receiver. I think Ryan Fitzpatrick could greatly benefit from him this year.
And then over in Philadelphia, they list Dallas Goedert, obviously, as there's been murmurs about him getting an extension. The whole Ertz thing is still up in the air. But we all kind of expect Dallas Goedert. The question I really have about Goddard is, do we think his ceiling is actually higher than what Ertz did production-wise?
I don't think so, no. I think overall Zach Ertz is going to end up being the better player. And, I mean, let's face it, Mike. Zach Ertz is probably a borderline Hall of Famer if he were retired now. I don't think he's going to be in the Hall of Fame if he retired right now. And last year significantly hurt his chances. But you got to look at what Zach Ertz has done for this franchise. I mean, we talk about the Carson Wentz banner going down at the link. Maybe they should put Zach Ertz catching that winning touchdown pass in Super Bowl 52 as the banner or something like that, because that's how significant Zach Ertz has been for this league. He has the all-time reception record for a tight end with 116 in a season. So, again, this is it's going to be hard to trump whatever Zach Ertz does. I'm a big Zach Ertz fan. Me personally, I don't think I would have went Goddard. I think I would have went the Josh Sweat route because I think he's in line for not necessarily a big payday, but based on his production last year and what he was able to do as a defensive end that rotated, I really liked what I saw out of him.
I want to ask your opinion real quick on something Lane Johnson said this morning on NFL Network. He said he's impressed early in camp with the change of direction, ball skills of one Devonta Smith. And, Lane Johnson's the kind of guy hey, he's going to kind of tell you like it is. So it seems that Devonta Smith has opened some eyes already before we even get to training camp, and Lane Johnson, call him impressed.
Yeah, and, it just seems like the Eagles hit a home run with this pick. I mean, if
we hope anyway, right?
Yeah, we hope. But this is what I like about him. I know there are even about 2 players in this draft that aren't quarterbacks. It's Devonta Smith and it's Jamar Chase. And I think people are, the only reason teams didn't take Devonta Smith was because of his weight. It was 166 pounds, which is kind of ridiculous because everybody said, he's an NFL-ready receiver right now and he's going to make plays for your football team. And, everybody I've talked to that's talked about Devonta Smith, they said, look, the kid is an ultimate professional. He can catch the football. He can pretty much run routes with the best of them. It's, and if the Eagles use him right, he's probably going to have a really good rookie year for this team.
All right, we're all looking forward to training camp. Not tomorrow, Tuesday, not the following Tuesday, the following Tuesday. Eagles camp opens, and we will be all over that. Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports, he will be covering the Eagles this season for 97.3 ESPN.com. So we'll have full coverage of Eagles training camp, both on air, online, on the app. Make sure you download the free mobile app to get all your Eagles coverage with the push of one button. And then, of course, Jeff will be here throughout the football season as we have plenty of Eagles stuff to get into. Hey, I feel like this year there's not a lot of expectations. The last time we didn't have a lot of expectations, we went on a wild ride that took you all the way to Super Bowl 52. Can they do that again? Probably not, but let's hope that this one brings us a lot of fun, and we're looking forward to it. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, at Jeff Kerr, CBS, here on the Sports Bash. All right, Jeff, have a great rest of your day, man.
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks for having me on, Mike.
And by the way, what's coming up one more time for CBS? What your controversial column that's coming out?
So Wednesday, we definitely will be in depth about this. The top 10 quarterback head coach duos in 2021. And I will say this, Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts will not be on the list because they are ineligible to be on the list. And with Drew Brees retiring and, just quarterbacks, Mitch and Max, and, Sean McVay won't be on the list because of that. It's going to be a very, very interesting list. And I feel like a lot of teams in a lot of divisions, especially the AFC North, are going to be arguing it. And I got the training camp outs for the Eagles on Friday. I got a 30 and over defensive team coming up on Thursday. There's going to be a couple Eagles on that list. I'll say that.
Well, and don't tell us. I'm interested to see
I'm going to tease it.
I'm interested to see if Frank Reich and Carson Wentz land on that list.
They are ineligible because they haven't
all right. Man, that would have been a good one. All right, Jeff, we'll talk to you, man. See you Wednesday.
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks, Mike.
Jeff Kerr here on the Sports Bash, brought to you by Clark's Moving and Storage in South Jersey. For your next local or long-distance move, call Clark's Moving and Storage. It's your first call. They're dependable, and they always show up. Visit them online at clarksmoving.net. All right, we'll finish up the show coming up next.
I need some backup. I got to get these trucks to Tuscaloosa by Tuesday.
Trevor's Trucking needs 3 18-wheeler drivers with commercial licenses ASAP, or his company will stall.
If we don't move the rigs before this weekend, we're going to be in trouble.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If you're ready to get back to work or are just thinking of changing careers, 90s.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, welcome back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So, obviously, UFC was a little bit of a disappointing main event the other night. After months of the build-up to this trilogy, Dustin Poirier defeats Conor McGregor by TKO. It's the second time in 6 months, but the fight was a little wonky the way it all ended up. At the end of round one, Herb Dean has to stop the bout following McGregor, who appeared to break his ankle or his leg, and he had surgery on that today, successful surgery. So obviously he could not continue the fight. And with the win, Poirier is expected to earn, I would guess, an opportunity at lightweight champion Charles Oliveira. McGregor probably going to be out for the foreseeable future. That looked like a pretty devastating injury. You guys all know Josh is a big UFC guy, so I want to bring you in, Josh, to kind of get your thoughts as we get ready to wrap up tonight's show. But I wanted to get into this because I know you'll probably have some pretty interesting opinions about where these two guys go, because a lot of people feel like McGregor, okay, like I've seen this act, but he breaks his leg. It's really no fault of his own in that situation. But how did you think it was going? Because I thought Poirier looked like he was in control, and McGregor is like, no. And then, he was being McGregor trying to sell, obviously, a fourth fight.
Right. So a couple things there. Number one, Dana White already has confirmed that Poirier is going to fight Oliveira. That's the next fight. There's no way around it. But Dana
Which he deserves, right?
Right. Well, he earned it because Dana said whoever won this fight was going to get a shot at the title. So guess what? Poirier is a former interim champ. Now he's going to fight for the main title again. The other thing is Dana said at some point he would like to run McGregor and Poirier back, but not this year. So with that being
Poirier's
said,
32.
Poirier's right. He's 32. But Poirier wins the title. You can't have him fight McGregor for the title. So it's one of those deals where McGregor might be sitting around for a while waiting for Poirier. But for McGregor, there is a fight waiting for him. And that's the third Diaz fight. Everybody wants it. Diaz wants it. McGregor wants it. And they both, remember, McGregor has about 2 or 3 more fights on his contract. Diaz has about 2 more fights on his contract. So we're going to assume that probably whenever McGregor's leg heals up, he'll be fighting Diaz again.
Well, all right. So McGregor, his future's unknown. He gets this gruesome leg injury. Look, this guy took the world by storm, UFC, in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
He gets to the top. He became the first fighter in UFC history to hold 2 titles at the same time. He was 9-1, 7 stoppages. But since 2018, I don't want to say he's been irrelevant. He still sells, but he's 1-3, all 3 losses by stoppage. So is this the end of McGregor as a top-of-the-card guy?
I think it's the end of him being a contender. I think he can still sell tickets. I think he can still sell pay-per-views. He's still a marketable figure. But I think his run as trying to be another champion again is done. I think this fight proves that, not because it's hard to hold against a guy in injury. But the way he acted after the fight was disgraceful.
I mean, saying that his wife's in his DMs. I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah, I mean, just the way McGregor handled the whole thing was disgraceful. And you know what? The judges' scorecards came out. 2 of the judges has scored at 10-8 for Poirier that first round.
I did not know that.
So you got to think about if the judges saw it so definitively one way for
I
Poirier.
thought Poirier was kicking his butt.
Well, the judges did too.
Yeah, I said I thought this was pretty one way.
So McGregor can say anything he wants, but the whole world saw it a different way. So, he needs to grow up and get over it.
Yeah, well, he's headlined 4 of the top 6 live gates in UFC history. So obviously he's still a top-of-the-card ticket draw. So you wonder if he's going to continue to get these fights at this level where he's headlining pay-per-views because of that, not because of merit. Because, what fight's out there for him now? You mentioned Diaz, fine. That would be something that I think, people would. But is that headlining a card?
Oh, yeah. That can headline a card. That'll sell. And you know what? If he beats Nate the third time, there's another fight that could hang in the distance if he plays his cards right. Because we know McGregor's very good at selling himself. And that is Nate's brother, Nick, is coming back this year. Nick is running it back with his old rival, Robbie Lawler. They're both former welterweight champions. So there's a situation where, listen, if Nick beats Robbie and Connor beats Nate and Connor says enough, garbage on the microphone, Nick will be like, all right, bro, you beat my bro. Now I'm going to beat you up.
Yeah. Well, the one thing, I feel like Poirier is getting kind of overshadowed in this whole situation because
it's a shame.
Right. Because, I guess, do people want to see these guys a fourth time because of the fact? Because I thought he was kicking his butt. Do I want to see them a fourth time? Probably not.
Probably not. But again, it depends on, like you said, we don't know what's going to happen in the next year because what if Poirier doesn't beat Oliveira for the belt? Now, I think Poirier can beat him for sure because I think Poirier can execute the game plan that Michael Chandler couldn't better.
Yeah.
Because I think Poirier is just at a point in his life and his career where he can execute that strategy better. But if he doesn't beat Oliveira, where does it leave Dustin? Well, Dustin, he can make a lot more money if he fights McGregor again, if he tries to work his way back up to the title contention, right?
By the way, my favorite fight of the night was Hardy getting whipped by the guy who looked like he had lap band surgery.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who were very happy with Greg Hardy loss.
Well, it's funny because everybody's looking at this guy. What's his name?
Tai Tuivasa.
Tuivasa, right.
So his parents, one of his parents from Fiji, one parent is from American Samoa, and they moved to Australia.
Right. So he's coming out. If you didn't see the fight, let's say, yeah, he looked like a guy who lost a lot of weight, and then the belly was like he had the skin hanging still.
Yes.
It actually looked like he had lap band, like it looked like he had
It looked like he had some surgery.
a scar up the middle of like his belly button area.
Yeah.
So he looked like he had surgery to lose his weight. And I'm at a place watching this fight with a bunch of people, and everyone's laughing. I said, this guy's Hardy towered over him. I mean, he looked like an NFL player standing next to a fan.
Right.
Did it not?
It did, but you know what? The NFL player got knocked out.
He got 1 minute and 7 seconds. It was I thought it was probably the most impressive knockout of the night.
And listen, I had told people before the fight that Greg Hardy is the most hated man in the UFC.
Everybody wants to get a piece of him.
Everybody wants him. Everybody wants to.
The CFL. I don't know that she's still doing it or not. I got to check that out. I don't know that she's still a part of the broadcast team or not. I guess if she's back fighting, she might not be doing it. I'm not sure, but
there's plenty of people who fight and they broadcast.
True. I know that Dana wanted her to get some reps with us, so it was me, CM Punk, and Jessica Penne. And I actually, to be honest, when I was doing the play-by-play, Punk is phenomenal. But I liked when we did a 3-person booth when it was her and him that were able to kind of go back. Yeah, and I just kind of was like in the middle, like letting them kind of go because she's really good. So that's on the fight card coming up. All right. So I definitely think, though, the McGregor thing, I think that he's going to fight again, and I think he's going to probably be at the top of a card.
He'll be him and Diaz probably at the end of the year, early next year.
By the way, I got to say, after all those fights with nobody there, that one had me a little bit more back into it. I haven't been as back into it. The people there helped, man.
I feel like with every car with people back in the building, because there was
20,000 there.
This is, I believe, the third pay-per-view card now. They've had people in the building. This was the largest attendance. Previously, like when they were in Jacksonville, there's only 50,000 people out in that building.
All right. Game night's coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And then the Home Run Derby tonight. And we got Derby at 8. We got game night tonight. So we got you covered for the next couple hours here. Don't go away. I'll be back tomorrow here. Of course, Frank Close got the Phillies mailbag. Jeff Nadeau on all the best bets. And I know Jeff was pumped up that Italy won the Euro. He was going crazy. We'll go over the NBA Finals with MKB. All that tomorrow here on the Sports Bash. But